Good evening, everyone. We'll give a few minutes here to get all our participants online. All right, guys, I think we're ready. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Gonzalez, and I'll be the acting chair for today's meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board. Today is March 22nd, 2022. And I'd like to welcome everybody and invite everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Cam, we have a sunshine announcement.
Certainly. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 22nd in the year 2022. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with the scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This planning board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that is open to the public. In accordance with the Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on March 14th and re-sunshined on March 16th in the year 2022. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. All right. So Commissioner Horton.
Here.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Present.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Here.
Council President Waterman.
Here.
Commissioner Allen.
Here.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Here.
And Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. We have 7 commissioners present.
Thank you, Cameron. Mike, can we swear in the staff, please?
I see Tanya, Liz, Francisco, Matt, Cameron, Tim, a lot of you guys tonight. Do you swear any testimony you're going to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and we go back to you, Cameron. Correspondence for today.
Yes, so we have 4 items that have requested to carry with preservation of notice. I'm dropping them in the chat right now. And those 4 items are item 12, address 632 to 652 Grand Street, case P19-194. Item 22, which is 1 Constellation Place. That is case numbers P21-125, P21-126, P21-127. Item 23, address 26 Perrine Avenue, case number P21-060. And item 24, address 32 to 34 Cottage Street, case number P22-003.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call my first case on old business. First case is P22-011. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. That's for administrative amendment, address 122-124 New York Ave. We'll looking for Mr. Burke.
Yes.
Not seeing him.
He just raised his hand.
There he goes.
Yep.
So Chairman, for the record, testimony was taken on this matter at a previous meeting. And so only the commissioners that were present at that meeting will be involved in any motion on this tonight. So that would be Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez, Commissioner Gangadin, Commissioner Lipsky, Commissioner Allen, and Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Thank you, Mallory. So that makes a quorum. So we're good to go. Mr. Burke, you are muted.
Is that better?
Yes, sir. We just can't see you.
Okay, let me get my audio going. Each town has its own little way. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
All right, so we were here in February and changes have been made to the approved plans. The board was justifiably concerned and somewhat upset, but we were asked to go back to the building department and make sure these changes did not violate any part of the building code. So I sent a letter on March 8th to Mallory. I had met with Joe Severini, and Joe was taking a look at the plans and the changes that were made, but he had not finished his analysis, so we asked to carry this matter, and here we are tonight. I also sent a letter to Mallory Clark today, and basically attached Joe Severini's comments, which in essence said the changes did not violate any of the building code. So they were accepted by the building department. And just a couple of notes as well. There was some concern about the windows that replaced the grates on the garage and whether that presented a ventilation issue. Dirk Garlick is here, so he can address that. But in essence, I learned that it did not. There's an exhaust system which is built into the plans, and that was always the way. It has not changed. And in fact, the grating system did not really allow air to go in and out. The grates overlapped. So, and I also wanted to point out that in the resolution of approval, there was comments from the neighborhood association and Mr. Weissman, Kern Weissman, and he took exception to the grates at that time, and he thought they were not aesthetically pleasing, and he asked the board to address this in the future with different guidelines. So during that time, the applicant agreed to replace the grates with windows and tinted the windows so that it would look nicer from the street and it would be more aesthetically pleasing. So that was the primary concern that the board voiced on these changes. So I will turn it over to the board if the board has any other questions, but I think the seminal issue of whether the changes violated the code have been addressed by Mr. Severini. And again, it appears none of them did.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. That's true. Testimony was taken. Thank you for submitting. Do we have any questions for Mr. Burke?
No.
Okay. Then I think without further ado, our council, Santo, we can open up to the public. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'd like to open this case P22-011-122-124 New York Ave to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this, please raise your hand. And I do think we have somebody there.
Promoting Gene.
Hello?
Hi, Gene.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I don't know how to turn on my video. Oh, wait, here we go. Hold on. Start video.
All right, great. Let me just swear you in, okay? Be great.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you
Yes.
give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Jean Daly. It's spelled Jeanne. Daly is spelled Daly.
Thank you.
And Ms. Daly, you have 3 minutes for us, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank
I watched the meeting where this was officially brought up. I guess it was several meetings ago. And the one thing I did notice with the placement of these windows, that it had actually would therefore alter the interior structure. So one thing I'm curious to know is if the interior structure was changed and if those plans were ever brought to you or brought forth to you, because that could mean different sizes of apartments, et cetera. You have to have different plumbing systems, depending on how different the interior plan might have had to been made in order to support those windows. Another issue I do have is that the council had, the council for the contractor has stated that, that it was COVID time, and then giving mounds and mounds and mounds of excuses why this was never brought to you. I'm very dismayed with that. This is, again, shows complete disrespect for the planning board. And it's just someone saying their word that we tried very hard to get in touch with you. It was COVID. We did what we had to do. The point being is, when you want to try to contact somebody, you contact them. I've not seen a paper trail to prove this. When I need to contact somebody, I send them a certified letter, return receipt. That gets people's attention and they respond. So the fact that we are once again letting these contractors go with doing what they want to do and coming to you after the fact or discovering it after the fact, to me is a grave injustice, and I find it untenable. I do hope this board is going to have some type of fine for this developer because it is warranted. That's really all I have to say, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
you, Ms. Daly.
Chairman, may I address the comment?
Yes, please.
All right, first, Dirk Garlick is here. He can testify regarding any change to the building based on the window configuration. But second, I think we pointed out the last time, I take exception to our comments. First, Lee Levine was the architect of record, and Lee Levine retired. I knew Lee, and I'm sure all of you did. He appeared before this board probably 30 years. He's a friend of mine, and he's an excellent architect, but he had certain issues, health issues, and he retired. So Dirk Garlick took the project over, and it was during COVID. That's not an excuse, that's an explanation. So Mr. Garlick, when he found out that there were certain changes, he brought them to my attention, and we met with Nick Taylor. Nick Taylor referred them over to the planning staff, and we did everything right. So no one tried to hide anything. Certified letters are not pertinent in this situation. And I'll point out, the building department had approved these plans, so no one was hiding anything. The only problem was that some of these changes were not brought back to this board. But when we found out there were changes, I brought them back to this board. So no one hid anything. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel, just for purposes of the record, first of all, you might want to check your mic. I was having a little trouble hearing you, just so that you know that. And for purposes of the public's edification, this board cannot issue fines. We don't get involved in fines. It's not a function of this board. We deal with the applications brought before us. There may be fines pending on some of these applications. Again, has nothing to do with our jurisdiction, our power, our prerogative. And with respect to what parts of an application we deal with what we're statutorily able to deal with, and only what we're statutorily able to deal with. So some of these things, while we may find them interesting as well, they're not within our jurisdiction and we cannot address them.
Thank you, counsel.
I think I turned my volume up. Is that better? Is that?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
No worries. Okay, anyone else from the public? Anyone else, public?
Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay. Public portion is closed. And this is Mallory's.
Yes, so we would just ask that all the conditions of approval under the original approval would be upheld with the administrative amendment tonight. Other than that, if the board has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mallory.
Chairman, Dr. Gonzalez, just for purposes of the record, the prior hearing was on February 15th. Yourself, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Lipsky, and Commissioner Dr. Desai were the other commissioners that heard the original application and are eligible to vote this evening.
Thank you, council. So I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-011 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
Okay, on a motion to approve, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
and Acting Chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
I just wanted to speak a little bit on the person that just spoke, Ms. Staley. Although I totally agree with you that we as a board take this job seriously, and people should definitely, developers should definitely come to us with any changes. We have said this over and over. I think it's so important. As our council stated, we cannot issue any fines. This is not under our purview. In this situation, things were a little different. We had extenuating circumstances. So I appreciate Mr. Burke for explaining things and for coming back with the changes that we asked for. So I vote aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Council.
Good night.
Two. Okay, on to new business. Our next case is number 9 on your agenda, case P22-005. This is for a 1-year extension. Address is 414-432 Hoboken Ave. And we have Mr. Regan, I believe.
And just real quick, I think this one, the case number was incorrect on the agenda.
Okay, what's the correct number?
I want to say this is P2217, but Cam can confirm that.
That's correct. This is P22-017.
Okay, thank you for that correction. This is case number P22-017 then.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Frank Regan here on behalf of the applicant. As you noted, the applicant is seeking a 1-year extension of approval that was granted by the board back in February of 2020, memorialized in a resolution adopted in April 2020, right before the world stopped 2 years ago. As a result of obviously COVID in particular, the applicant continues to pursue financing for the project and is requesting a 1-year extension of the preliminary and final site plan approval that was granted by the board.
So, Mr. Regan, can you just help us out as to the dates that we're looking at the extension to run through? Because I like to put those in the resolutions. This way we all know.
Yes, the resolution was adopted on April 28th, 2020. So I don't know if you would want to have it run from I guess it would run from from that date through April 2023, April 28th, 2023.
I would agree with that, council.
Okay, Mr. Regan, we're good. That's it.
Yes, unless you have any questions.
Nope. I'll go ahead and open this case P22-017 to the public. Anyone here from the public? Anyone from the public?
Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, public is closed. Mallory?
Okay. We don't have anything to add, we're fine with the extension. We would just, it would just be continuation of the addition, the original conditions of approval.
Yep, we
Thanks,
agree.
Mallory. Thank you, guys.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22017 as presented to the board this evening.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin
Aye.
and Acting Chairman Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you,
Good
Council. Good night. Okay, next case is P22-005. Address 99 Hudson. And I believe we have Mr. Lean. And I will have to recuse on this, so acting vice chair will become acting chair. I'll let you guys go and see you in a bit.
Thank you, acting chair.
Thomas Lean has been promoted.
Good
Good evening, Mr. Lane.
Good evening. Tom Lean from Connell Foley for the record. This is an extension of the signage that currently hangs facing New York City at the top of 99 Hudson Street. 99 Hudson Street is the tallest building in the state of New Jersey. It is a 786 unit condo. It has sold about 300 units a day. So we are hoping to get through at least 50% when we turn this over to the condo board, which generally happens around 50% of sales. We are thinking we're going to take the signs down, but until that time, we are still obviously looking for buyers for these units. And that's basically what we're asking for. Once we get to the point where we're turning it over to the sponsors, then we'll probably take the signs down. So it's just another request for one more year.
Mr. Lean, when is that year going to run from until?
I am looking at the letter that I sent to the board right now. Give me 1 second here. It will be until January of 2023. January 25th.
Any questions from the board?
I will mention for the record that we are also asking for an extension from at the ground floor. There is some signage selling the units that is in the commercial units. The commercial units have yet to be sold.
And that is also up to January 2023?
That is correct. They were both approved at the same time.
Okay. Any questions from the board? I would like to move to the public comment. If there is anyone in the public, raise your hand, or if you're calling in *9. Anyone from the public?
Acting Chair, seeing no more hands raised, I'd like to move to close the public comment.
Seconded.
Public is closed. Staff?
No objections with the extension through January of 2023.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Acting Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case, P22-005 as presented to the board this evening.
Seconded.
Roll call.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Council President Waterman,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Would like to ask our chair, our acting chair, to be back.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and call the next case, number 11 on the agenda, case P20-102. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances, address 804 to 810 West Side Avenue. We already have, Mr. Green, I believe.
Yep, again, for the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. This has been a presentation that has been before this board for some time, but we've moved it back to try and meet with the community and get their input. So I would just ask that council confirm that they have our affidavit of notice.
So council, the affidavit of notice, proof of publication I have, this has been carried since last year, I believe. The last notice that I got was the November notice.
And we have carried it since then.
Okay. So I am in receipt of that affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 804-810 West Side Avenue. The matter has been carried for several months, multiple meetings. The notice does appear to be in order, and we are going to mark that as A1 for the record.
I appreciate that, council. Yes, we were originally supposed to present this back in November. The councilwoman did ask us to go and meet with the community, which we did. They had several comments when we first met with them. We met with them again, and I think they were a little bit more satisfied with the responses we gave them. But to just present the project from a 1,000-foot view, this is a proposal for a 5-story mixed-use building, 32 units. It is in the NC. We do have some ground floor commercial. We do have 16 parking spaces. Two of the variances, I should say, one which is not listed on the agenda, are to allow us to actually have parking, because in the NC zone, West Side is not permitted to have curb cuts. We are taking advantage of an existing curb cut. This was a parking lot. So we're proposing 16 parking spaces to make up for the fact that there is 32 units here, and this was a former parking lot. I have Jeff Lewis, who is our architect, who's going to walk us through. One of the big concerns of the community was the curb cut and traffic going in and out of the building. So I do have a traffic engineer this evening, Andrew Valari. And with that, I'm going to let Jeff walk us through everything here, because for the most part, the building does meet the NC standards, and we think the variances that we proposed do make it a better project. So Jeff, take it away.
Sorry, Jeff, before you start.
Okay.
Is David present, part of your team?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is it David present, part of your team?
I don't have a David as part of my team.
Okay, then that's a member of the public that had their hand raised, and they have promptly lowered their hands, so we can disregard that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, council. All right, Mr. Jeffrey Lewis, you're up.
All right, Mike. I'm ready, Mike.
Hi, Jeff. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Jeffrey Lewis, JeffreyLewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis,
You're
Dr.
welcome.
Gonzalez,
And,
welcome. You've presented to our board before?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I remember
And
you.
for the record, my my license is active and in good standing.
Perfect. That was my next question. You are qualified.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to bring up my screen. Go right into the drawing. So we are proposing a new 5-story building here on West Side Avenue. This building will have 16 parking spaces in the cellar, 2 commercial spaces on the ground floor, and then 32 residential units above. The commercial spaces are 2,042 square feet and 2,642 square feet. And then the residential units are a mix of 12 2-bedroom apartments that are about 949 square feet on average. And then 12 1-bedroom apartments with an extra den space that are a little smaller, about 889 square feet on average. and then 8 one-bedroom apartments that are 697 square feet on average. The drawing I'm showing you right now is our existing site plan, and I just wanted to show a couple of the existing conditions, one of which is that the entire lot is 100% paved currently. In the front of the property, there's an existing fence that's encroaching a few feet into the sidewalk. And then, as was mentioned before, we do have 2 existing curb cuts on the property, and these are 3 conditions that we are going to be improving through this application. So looking at our proposed application and starting at the front, we are doing a new concrete curb. We're removing 1 curb cut and just rebuilding a new 10-foot curb cut where we had the existing. We're proposing 4 new street trees where we had 0, and we're proposing new sidewalks as well. The lot itself, we have 100 square foot frontage, but we're a little shallow. The depths are actually 98.47 feet and 99.65 feet. We're building sides, lot line to lot line for the building. In the front of the building, we're setting back the first floor about 3 feet to allow a little more space for the sidewalk area. And then in the backyard, we have a 13-foot rear yard setback, which we're going to be using for a 480 square foot patio, 774 square foot lawn area, all of which is enclosed with a 6-foot vinyl fence. This is our cellar plan, and I'm going to start here kind of in the middle of the drawing, and this is where we have our ramp at the street, which would be coming down into the cellar. And then looking to the left, we have a parking lot with 15 parking spaces and the second stair of the building. To the right, we have the handicap parking space. We have a trash and recycling room. And then we have the main building lobby, which has 2 elevators, 1 stair, bicycle parking for 16 bicycles, some additional building storage, our meter rooms, and then also the sprinkler for the building. This is a fully sprinklered building. Moving on to the first floor and starting at the left, we have that stair, the second residential stair, which exits directly to the street. The 2 commercial spaces are located next to each other. Here's the garage door with the ramp down to that cellar space. And then all the way on the right, we have the main entrance to the building. And the building lobby gives us access to a parcel room, the elevators and stair, a 721 square foot fitness room, and then access to the backyard that I mentioned previously. This is the second floor plan. The layout is typical for all of the floors. I'd just like to note at the beginning that all of our units in this building are ADA adaptable. We're using forced air for heat and air conditioning, and all the units also have washer dryer in the unit. And then lastly, at the end of the hall, we have a trash room on each floor with a chute that goes to that cellar trash area. Looking at the units themselves, each floor has 3 2-bedroom units. They're located at the rear 1, 2, and 3, the left and the 2 center units. And all of these units also have a balcony off of the rear. We also have 3 of the 1-bedroom units plus a den per floor. And one of them is the last unit on the rear of the building, also with a balcony. And then the 2 central units in the front of the building. And then we have the 2 1-bedroom units per floor, which are on the 2 ends at the front of the building. And then lastly, looking at the front of the building, you can see that we have this overhang on the front with a sawtooth look to it. These are the upper floors, which are the same as the second. And this is the roof plan. We do have both elevators and both stairs providing access to the roof. The roof itself has a centrally located roof deck, which is for all building tenants. The deck itself is 1,334 square feet. We're providing buffers at the front and the rear via green roof trays, in a total of 1,350 square feet, and then also, setting it back from both sides as well. And the rest of this roof would be used for equipment space for condensers. This is our front building elevation. As you can see, we're going for a modern building with a lot of glass. Starting at the bottom, the main finish on the ground floor is going to be a smooth light orange brick. And this is one of the changes we made based on community input. Originally, this was a little more of a modern material at the base, but we chose a brick and the orange color, which was taken actually from other buildings in this neighborhood. The metal door, exit door for the second stair and the garage door are also going to be painted to match that brick color. And then we have 3 very large storefront glass openings on the ground floor, all of which are going to have anodized silver frames. Looking above, the 2nd through 5th floor is almost entirely glass. However, there are, you can see these small vertical strips, and these strips are going to be finished with a light gray fiber cement siding. This is the right side elevation, and what we're showing is, first of all, we are returning the front building finishes around to the side of the building. In this case, on the right side, we're returning it to that first stair tower. The main finish for the rest of the side of the building is a medium gray fiber cement siding. And the exception of that are the 2 elevator towers, which we're finishing with, again, fiber cement siding, but we're going to use a dark gray there. This is the left side. Again, the same thing. We are wrapping the front finishes around. Then the main finish, again, is that medium siding, medium fiber cement panel. And then the stair, instead of the elevator, we have the stair here, which would be finished with the darker gray fiber cement panel. And then lastly, here we have the rear elevation, which again is finished with that medium gray fiber cement siding. And the addition here is we do have all our windows and doors, which are black aluminum frames, and the balconies themselves, which are black aluminum post and railing, and then glass panels for infill. Those are the drawings. Actually, I do also have this rendering lastly to show you guys. It's just something we had put together showing the building materials a little better. And that would actually complete the architecturals. I know we have more people to speak. I'm happy to stick around and answer questions when everyone's done.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Jeff. As Jeff mentioned, a lot of the design elements here that cause the variances are things that we think make the project better. So on top of the fact that there is a variance for the parking garage, we are setting the building back a little bit to make the sidewalk wider. So I'm going to ask that Sam Bellamy from Dresdner Robin get up now, and he's just going to quickly walk you through why we think that makes this a better project.
Council, before we do that, I just wanted to ask commissioners if they had any question of Mr. Lewis.
Sure.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Desai.
Sure.
I know this area so well. I have a building like 2 blocks from there. And there is only, when the garage door is there and there is only 1 car going outside and 1 car on the other side. So what safety measures you are going to have when the garage door opens and people are walking and the cars are passing? I want to know about that. Safety measures too.
So that's an excellent question. That was one of the reasons that we set the building back, is to make that wider sidewalk. But I want my traffic expert to testify as to that. And before we even get there, I'd like my planner to talk about some of the reasons we designed the building the way we did, and we're asking for these variances.
Okay, Council, thank you. So any other questions for Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I have a statement, not a question.
Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Lewis. The plans I'm looking at, how you doing? The plans I'm looking at, A210, A220, and A230 have brick at the bottom. It doesn't have the panels going all the way down to the street.
That's correct. This is something we changed again in response to the community meeting. We changed the finishes on the front and along the sides.
So we're going to have to ask these changed plans to be an exhibit. So if we can make those A2.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Good catch.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Let's mark those as A2 then.
A2, noted. Anyone else for Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Lean, do we have a last revised date on those?
Jeff, do we have a last date?
Yes, I'm just going to where I can see it. Just take a second to zoom in on it. Sorry.
It's all right. Just call out the sheets if it's not the entire set.
The last date I have is 1/21/22.
So we'll mark those as A2 for the record.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, counsel.
All right, Mr. Bellamy should be the next up.
Okay.
Hey, Sam, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy. And for the record, I'm a licensed professional planner with Dresner Rodman, and my license is in good standing.
Thanks.
And I believe Mr. Bellamy has testified before this board before.
Yes, he has, and he just told us that his license is current. I appreciate that. You're qualified.
Great. So getting right into it, as stated, this property is located in the neighborhood commercial NC district. The purpose of the NC district is to recognize the existence and importance of neighborhood business districts and provide ground floor commercial and mixed use buildings to promote walkability. So the proposed mixed use building, we are proposing ground floor commercial and 32 residential units above, is a permitted use within the NC district. On the alternative, we are replacing an existing non-conforming 29 space surface parking lot that is really in direct conflict with the purpose of the NC district. We are requesting a couple of variances tonight. One of them is for the curb cut along West Side Avenue, which is not permitted and results in zero parking permitted on the property. In addition, we are requesting the rear yard setback variance and also a drive aisle width variance. So with respect to these variances that we're asking for, they can be granted pursuant to the C2 criteria, where the purpose of the municipal land use law would be advanced, and also the benefits would substantially outweigh the detriments. So with respect to the rear yard setback variance, we are proposing 13 feet where 15 feet is required. And really what we did here was to set back the building approximately 3 feet in the front and shifting that further back into the rear. And this allows us to have better sight lines, accessing and exiting the parking garage to, promote safety and better vehicle circulation into and out of the site. This also allows for the upper floors to be project over the building while it's still being within the property lines. That creates a little bit more of a visually interesting building, that's serrated glass along the West Side Avenue. And then also we're increasing the sidewalk widths here. So we're providing for a more active ground floor area and in front of these commercial uses that we are proposing. So I do find that the rear yard setback variance, the benefits, it's a design alterations where the benefits would substantially outweigh the detriments. We're maintaining light and air in the rear yard there. As stated, we are consistent with all the other bulk requirements of the NC district. So we do provide for light and air, and also we are adjacent to commercial buildings to the north. And so most of our shadows would fall onto the right of way, and then also onto the commercial properties and parking areas to the north of the building. With respect to the curb cut, so as stated, the curb cut's not permitted along West Side Avenue. Currently, there are 2 existing curb cuts that are oversized on West Side Avenue here, and then accessing that 29 space parking lot. So we are reducing the number of curb cuts from 2 to 1, and also reducing the size to approximately 10 feet, which is the permitted curb cut width generally in Jersey City. In front of this site, there is no parking currently on street here. This is a through lane and then a turning lane as you go up to Montgomery Street. So we aren't reducing any on-street parking here or taking away any of that there. We do find that the provision of parking, and we are proposing it within the cellar of the building, is a nice amenity here. We're typically a little bit further out of your typical neighborhood commercial districts and transit-oriented development. We're about a mile southwest of the Journal Square Transportation Center, and also about a mile north of the West Side Avenue Light Rail Station. So as we do continue to encourage biking, walkability, increasing the commercial activity of this area, we do find that the proposed parking will be a nice amenity at about 0.5 spaces per unit to reduce any parking to spilling onto the streets in the surrounding area. In addition, as we are proposing the parking in the cellar here, this allows us to maintain a full ground floor commercial retail that extends from the front of the building to the rear of the building here. So I think we are still maintaining consistency with the purpose of the neighborhood commercial district, while also proposing the amenity of parking in the cellar here. The commercial retail does make up approximately 4,684 square feet, which is greater than 50% of the ground floor. And I think that is one of the comments we heard from the community, is that they were looking for bigger commercial spaces to really help reinvigorate this area as a larger neighborhood commercial area, and provide space for larger retail uses here. With respect to the minimum drive aisle width, between the parking spaces, we are providing the minimum 22 feet. The variance here is for the drive aisle exits and the ramp down into the garage. We're proposing 18 feet. We find that the narrow front driveway ramp here is appropriate, would allow for access for cars entering and exiting at the same time, but will also create a narrow at the streetscape, create a narrower frontage and allow for a greater commercial windows along the frontage, and then your residential lobby to the right of the frontage of the building. So again, I do think this is a design deviation, and the benefits would substantially outweigh the detriments. So overall, we are reducing the impervious lot coverage on the lot from approximately 100% down, with creating 774 square feet of green space in the rear yard, as well as the green roofing on the roof, and so improving the stormwater conditions. The commercial space will also help to reinforce the character of West Side Avenue. And then we are removing and reducing the existing non-conforming curb cuts, which I think is another benefit here. In addition, we're proposing new sidewalks, wider sidewalks with that variance for the rear yard setback, along with 4 new street trees. I find that the granting the variances also promote the purpose of the municipal land use law. This is appropriate use and development of the property, permitted mixed use that is consistent with the purpose there. That's consistent with purpose A. It's also provide for light, air, and open space, generally all consistent with all the bulk requirements. So that's consistent with purpose C. And the mixed use building here, replacing the existing non-conforming parking lot, will promote a desirable visual environment consistent with purpose I. Moving into negative criteria, it's my opinion there's no substantial detriment to the general welfare. Again, this mixed use building is exactly what the zoning calls for here. The provided parking in the cellar won't detract from the commercial space on the ground floor. And likewise, we're improving the stormwater conditions, as well as respecting light, air, and open space. Likewise, there's no substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. Again, this project does advance the purpose of the NC district. The project's also consistent with the master plan by reinvigorating this activity district along West Side Avenue. With that, it's my opinion this project meets both the positive and negative criteria. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Sam, before I let you get questions from the board, just one quick question from me. You did a great job with the parking, and we're going to hear more from our traffic expert, but the purpose of moving the building back doesn't add any bulk to the building, right? It's really to make a better sidewalk environment in front of this building.
Correct. It's shifting the massing from the front to the back to create a wider sidewalk in front.
So we're asking for this variance to make a better project, not to give us more gross floor area.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you, council. Any questions from the commissioners to Mr. Bellamy? No questions? Okay, Mr. Lean.
I want to know, did he put any alert, like when the garage door opens and closes, do they have like beep, 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 or a lighting or anything?
So I'm going to let my traffic expert reply to that question, but when we spoke with the community, we did say that we would allow that to be a condition of approval. So if the board is asking for us to do that tonight, we will absolutely put it in the resolution.
Definitely.
And with that, I'm going to let Mr. Andrew Valari get up and talk about his traffic report, because I know this was very important to the community.
Hi, Andrew. Do you swear any testimony you're going to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Andrew Valeri. It's spelled V as in Victor, Illari. I'm a traffic engineer with the firm Stonefield Engineering and Design, with office addresses at 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state and have been accepted as an expert witness in front of this board previously.
Thanks.
I'll keep my remarks relatively brief.
Mr.
I
Valari,
think just first and foremost,
Valari, just one thing, Dr. Gonzalez here. Just your license is current?
that's correct, it is.
Okay, all right, you're qualified.
Just to answer Commissioner Desai's question first and foremost, as Mr. Lean mentioned, yes, at the community board, we did mention that lights and sirens and everything that you see to promote a safe pedestrian space, that would be a condition of approval here, and the applicant is willing to do that. Very briefly, just comparing the existing conditions and the proposed, the site does provide parking presently for about 30 parking spaces. And in the future, in the neighborhood commercial zone, parking would be required, albeit a curb cut is not permitted on West Side Avenue. So in speaking with the community, we understand that parking in the neighborhood is of importance. So we want to make sure that we do have the ability to provide that amenity to the future residents. So 16 parking spaces are proposed. You know, that from a traffic generation standpoint, this is not a major traffic generating use. This is 32 total units. Most of these are one-bedroom units. So it's not a large traffic draw. There would be sufficient parking because 9 parking spaces are required, but 16 are proposed. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
One question. The city engineering recently earned a grant to do work over on West Side to improve traffic safety measures, which I believe are going to start sometime mid-year. And one of my pet peeves in the city is getting this largesse from other entities, watch it get implemented, and then a beautiful project comes in, and then streets get ripped up, or big cranes come in and whatever. Is there any way of maybe partnering with the city to see how that could be minimized?
Yeah, Commissioner Lipsky, that's a great point you raised. There are a number of pedestrian improvements and bike improvements envisioned along this corridor. So I think it's in both the applicant and the city's best interest to work together. It's a great point.
And I will say that we have received both. We've received reports from traffic and engineering, and we are going to comply with all of their comments. And we will obviously be in contact with them. What are their comments is always, please to let them know when you're about to start construction. So you have to be in conversation with them to comply with their comments.
Any other questions for Sir Valari? Nope. Okay. Council.
That's all I have. I'm sure there might be some people from the community here because they had a lot of questions for us. So we'd love to hear from them.
Okay, thank you, sir. With that said, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. This is for case P20-102. If you're wanting to speak on this, please raise your hand. And to call in again, Mallory, I always forget, or Cameron, what is the number?
You just press *9 on your phone.
*9 on your phone. Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public? I actually don't see anyone from the public.
Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
We have one, Jean
You do
Dow.
have one, I'm sorry. Yep.
It's okay. Oh, and we have another one that just popped up. So I will let Jean go first, promote panelist.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Daly. If you could just turn on your video and confirm for me that you are still under oath.
Yes, start video. Okay, that should do it, right?
Ms. Daly, same thing. You confirm you're under oath?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, and you have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, I'll be, thank you. My question was for this commercial space, what will the accommodations be for potential, trucks that have to load or unload for this commercial space? Because West Side Avenue is quite narrow and very used quite regularly as a north-south north-south traffic. And I was just concerned how this commercial space will be accessed for any types of trucks that need to deliver or pick up from that area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. You want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I could probably answer it. And if Mr. Valari has any answers or any response to that too. These commercial spaces are not large. It's a 5,000 square foot lot. We're currently proposing it as 2 different spaces. The type of delivery I think that Ms. Daly is asking about is not going to be the type of delivery that's going to these spaces. They're probably only 2,000 square foot spaces. It's not like it's going to be a grocery. It's not like it's going to be a restaurant. If it is a restaurant, there is the ability to pull a truck into, because we checked, there is a curb height that a truck could pull in to the space in the garage and unload from there. But it's not going to be the type of space where there is a constant overturn of trucks.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. We appreciate it. Okay. There's somebody else there raising their hand.
Promoting Jonathan Rodriguez.
Jonathan, let me just swear you in, all right? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear
Yeah.
any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Jonathan Rodriguez, JONATHAN
Thank you.
And Mr. Rodriguez, we will take 3 minutes from you, okay?
Okay, thank you. I joined the call a little late. I just wanted to inquire about if there's any like residential units that are going to be within this project, and if there's any like affordable housing accommodations for this construction project.
This is a largely residential building. It's 32 units. It is currently all market rate right now.
Interesting. And where's the exact location? Since I didn't catch it since I came to the meeting a little late.
It is 804 to 810 West Side Avenue, which is very close in relation to the corner of Montgomery and West Side, very close to St. Peter's College.
Oh, wow. That's where I go to school.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be going to the game this Friday, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, but those were mainly my questions. So thank you again for answering them.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public? Anyone from the public?
Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, public is closed, and this is Cameron's, right?
Correct. So I heard from Commissioner Dr. Desai, and I heard from their attorney the agreement to a 7th condition for a pedestrian alert system for when cars enter and exit the garage. So I will ask the applicant's attorney to agree to the planning department staff report dated December 29th in the year 2021 with a 7th condition for that pedestrian warning system. Is that something that your client can agree to, Mr. Lean?
We have reviewed your report. We agree to the conditions within, and we agree to the 7th condition. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Planning staff is satisfied with the testimony given by their professional planner in regard to the C variances requested here. And it is the opinion of planning staff that they are in fact alterations that will advance the objectives and goals of the master plan, and the overall goals of the zone will not be compromised by allowing for these variances. And you kind of have a bit of a chicken and egg dilemma here with the curb cut variance, and therefore planning staff thinks that this project will be a pleasant addition to what is currently a non-conforming use not permitted in that zone. And this will bring the lot into more closely conforming with the actual objectives of this zone. So planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Cameron.
Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve case P20-102 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation, condition, and additional condition that was placed this evening.
Motion made
Seconded.
and seconded. Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Lipsky,
Let me see if I. Okay, I'm on mute. So this is March Madness, and this looks like we've got Suite 16 parking spaces, third round 32 units. We've got this great project around the corner from St. Peter's. Let's go all the way. I vote aye.
okay. That was great. Commissioner Horton,
I vote aye.
okay. Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Well, I'm so happy, you know, they looked at the safety of all the people walking on the sidewalk. And everybody is looking at the phone and they are not looking straight ahead. So sometimes if there is no safety features, some accidents could happen. So if they are going to have safety features, and I'm happy, and I'll say aye. Aye.
okay. Council President Waterman,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Nice building. I vote aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, great building, Mr. Lewis. And I also think the variances are de minimis. And Dr. Desai got her public warning system. I vote aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Let's
you,
go
everyone.
Peacocks.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Okay. Mike, you want to break?
I'm all right to keep going if you guys want to chug along.
One more, guys? Everyone okay? All right, so I'll call the next case. For those of you who are case here for case 12, case P19-194 that has been carried. We'll not hear that today. So next case I'm calling up is case P21-159. This is case number 13 on your agenda. Preliminary and final major site plan and conditional use with variances. Address is 746-748 Tunnelly Ave. And I believe we have Mr. Joseph.
Promoted Mr. Joseph and Mark Chisbed.
All right, good evening, everyone. In addition to Mark, I also have Ron Elkins, Craig from Dynamic Traffic, Sam Bellamy. Sam's already up here, great. And we do have two representatives from ownership on, Sapna and Bina. If you are on here, please raise your hand. I believe it's star 9. While we're doing that, council, can we confirm we have notices? I believe this was carried from March 8th.
Thank you, council. I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. All does appear to be in order. We can mark that as A1 for the record.
Great, thank you. All right, So this is the application everybody's been waiting for. This is the very first recreational Class 5 cannabis license that's being presented before the planning board. What I'd like to do here, because this is a little bit more complicated than the other applications you're going to see next week, is kind of separate the presentation a little bit. We're going to run through our normal presentation like we would normally address for all the site conditions and the architectural and the traffic. And then we'll switch over to the conditional use requirements. As the board knows, for conditional use, we have to show that we meet all the conditions that are outlined in the ordinance. We'll run through the ordinance, talk about those conditions, and have some specific testimony at that time. But the site conditions are a little funky here as well, so I do want to devote adequate time to that. So without further ado, Stephen Joseph, Castano Quigley-Trami for the applicant. The applicant is Blossom Dispensary. This is 746 Tonelli Avenue. It's located on the west side of Tonelli. It's near the intersection of North Street and Tonelli Avenue in the highway commercial zone. The site is currently developed with a one-story masonry building, previously used for a tile and marble storage showroom with parking on site, fully paved. The applicant's proposing to alter and renovate the existing building for use as Jersey City's first Class 5 cannabis dispensary. In order to accomplish this, we are requesting preliminary and final major site plan approval with a C variance for the alteration of a non-conforming building and a waiver from the requirement to provide the requisite number of street trees. We have Ron Elkins, who is our architect, who is going to run through the architectural plans first. So let's get Ron sworn in.
Hi, Ron, I'll swear you in. All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Ron Elkins, RONELKINS.
Thanks.
And I am a licensed architect in New Jersey in good standing.
Mr. Elkins, you presented to our board before or no?
I have not. This will be my first time.
Okay, well, welcome. Well, you're qualified. Go ahead.
Excellent. I wasn't prepared to digitally share my screen. If I need to, I can quickly do that. I don't know if there are documents already on file.
If you could share your screen, Ron, I think that's what we
Okay, let me open that file. Apologize. Okay, almost there. Okay, so this is pulled up. All right, so like Stephen said, I mean, this building is an existing one-story, one-tenant building located at 746 to 748 Tonelli Avenue. It is basically one large room that is currently being used as a tile showroom and retail space. There is also a small mezzanine over the existing restroom space, and by small, it is probably about 100 square feet. So the proposal is to basically completely demolish all the interior work, and then also the rear of the building to the southeast currently extends past the rear property line. So I think Stephen will touch on that a little bit later, but that's one of the existing site non-conforming conditions. We are planning to tear the offending position or the offending portion of the building off of the building and rebuild that wall.
So Ron, sorry to interrupt. Let me just
oh, no
touch on
problem.
that now since you brought it up. So at the rear of the property, the existing building encroaches into an R1 zone. So this is a highway commercial, and the rear portion of the property encroaches into the R1. We are removing that. We're correcting that condition. The issue with that is that the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance says that when you alter the structure of a non-conforming building, you technically need a variance. So the C variance we're asking for here is because we are removing a non-conforming portion of the building at the rear that encroaches into the R1, and that triggers a technical variance. Sorry, Ron, you could continue.
No problem. So basically, we are going to be tearing off about 3 feet of that smaller addition that was put onto the building at an earlier date. This is also, I will zoom in since these are large sheets and probably difficult to see on smaller screens. This is about a 2,500 square foot building that will be divided into multiple spaces. As you see here, there's a large retail space in the central portion, as well as all of the required security check-in criteria. So customers will arrive, they will be, their IDs will be processed and checked. They will be waiting in the waiting area until the space is, the retail floor is clear for them to enter. They will be automatically or electronically buzzed into the space to shop at will. And then once they are, have completed their shopping experience, they leave through the southwest exit door, also through a secure turnstile, just to maintain a minimum amount or a maximum amount of people in the retail floor as well. This plan on sheet A102 clarifies the security measures that are in place. Multiple cameras, monitoring systems, physical guards roaming through the space, as well as staff, monitoring, everything that's happening. The cross-hatched area at the top and right-hand sides of the space are employee use only. Virtually every door except the restrooms, which are just for staff only use, will be electronically locked with a key fob or a biometric scanner system. And the public will, once they are sworn or once they are checked in, will only have access to the waiting area, the retail floor, and then obviously the exit vestibule. The building itself is, I apologize, these are black and white drawings, but the building itself is mostly gray and white, or will be mostly gray and white. We're looking at essentially keeping the existing building intact, repairing anything that needs to be repaired, maintaining the stone base at the base of the building, as well as cleaning up and repairing the existing large storefront windows that were originally overhead garage doors and filled in some time ago. So we will be opening those up with new doors for entrance and exiting to allow for handicap accessibility into and out of the space. Currently, the space is not exactly handicap accessible. There's a few inches of a step into the doors that will be relieved with a ramp. We'll also be covering and repairing the existing other 3 sides of the building, as well as dealing with any noise that might be coming from the existing rooftop unit with sound baffles and a sound enclosure that that will take care of that and minimize any disturbance to the neighboring residents and commercial properties. We also are planning on adding some additional exhaust equipment. So through exhaust fans, which would also have integral carbon filtration to mitigate any odor concerns, into the neighborhood from the cannabis storage. There will be obviously no consumption, on site of cannabis. It's mainly just the packaging and the storage. But I do realize that there are concerns about odor spreading into the surrounding areas. The building will also have just a simple appearance, but still kind of on an upscale trajectory. It's not going to have it's intended to be a welcoming space that also contributes to the design of the neighborhood itself. So it's not going to be just a quick 7-Eleven type experience. It's they want people to come here frequently and experience the space and be welcome.
And Ron, I do have the color copy, so I could share my
Yes.
screen quickly just to show the board the actual color palettes that we have.
Yes, let me pull that up.
If you don't have it, I do have it.
I think it's right here. Here we go. Okay. Let me get back to.
Yeah, and for the record, the color version was submitted to the board, and that should be what's on the portal.
Right.
Great. Here we go. So let me. So it's as you can see, it's not much different. The logo is kind of a green freestanding letters on the existing wall surface. The base of the wall is currently kind of a medium brown, kind of taupey color that's variegated from medium light to medium dark. There are accessories on the building already. There are going to be some existing emergency lights with the addition of security cameras. The electric service is on the bottom right-hand side that you could see here on this elevation. And then as far as the material palette, we'll be working from basically painting the existing stucco surface as a white. So we've got white, we've got a medium gray, we have a lighter gray accent, and then the existing anodized aluminum window frames will be cleaned and repaired.
Great. Thank you, Ron.
Oh, sure.
If the board has any questions for Ron at this time, otherwise we can go on to the civil.
Guys, any questions? Okay, Mr. Joseph.
No.
Nope.
Great. And we could come back to the architectural plans when we get into the conditional use as well. If the board.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So we're going to have Mark testify about the civil. One thing I learned while working on this is that Jersey City still has septic systems. So Tonelli Avenue does not have sewer service at all, which is very strange. So we've been working with
Really?
MUA. It's very odd. There's an existing septic tank at this property. Obviously, the applicant does not want that, but we have some competing jurisdictions here. DOT has jurisdiction over Tonelli Avenue, which is why there's not a sewer line there. MUA wants us to run the sewer line over the Terrace Avenue. We're working on that. In order to accomplish that, we do need an easement across some private property. So we're working on trying to get that. And there's also some alternative plans that we're exploring with MUA and DOT, and they're aware of all the issues. So that was one of the comments on the engineering report, or I'm sorry, on the MUA comments. So we can't 100% agree to that condition to provide the sewer service because we're still working on it with everyone. But Mark, I'm sure can explain that a little bit better than I just did if we want to get him sworn in.
Hi, Mark. Do you swear any testimony you're going to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And can you just give me your name, please?
Mark, M-A-R-K, Chisvette, C-H-I-S-V-E-T-T-E.
Thank you.
And my license is active and still standing.
Thank you, Mr. Shizvet. You've been qualified before. You're qualified.
Thank you. I'd like to share my screen. Okay, so what you're looking at now is we switch to the proposed site plan. And just to get you oriented, this project is on, as Stephen explained, it's on Tonelli Avenue, which is a state highway. So Tonelli Avenue is under state jurisdiction. It is on a northbound side, and it's one lot away from just south of North Avenue. As you look at this plan, Tonelli is at the bottom. North is to the left of the drawing. We are proposing to retain the existing building, which is shaded in gray. Ron got into a little bit of the removal of the rear portion of this building that does encroach now on the property beyond the property line. Also, there are a couple of concrete pads and some asphalt that encroaches, and that will be removed as well as part of this project. So the building will shrink a little bit. But basically, the building is accessed through the front. That's the primary entrance, and that'll remain. We are proposing to reconstruct the asphalt a little bit in front of that building to change the grades, because we are proposing an ADA compliant parking space in front of the building. And in order to achieve the required slopes for that parking space, we'll be cutting in a little bit into the asphalt, lowering the grade, which will require a small retaining wall along the northerly side. That wall is really nothing more than a glorified curb. It's only 12 inches high at its highest point. There will be a ramp to get from the handicap space up to the elevation of the main entrance door to the building. There is another door here. They both be ADA accessible. We are proposing additional parking spaces along the southerly property line. So we have a total of 14 parking spaces. Currently, the building occupies about 24% of the property. The rest of the property is all asphalt. We are proposing 3 significant landscaped areas by removing some of the asphalt. We will also be reducing the width of the driveway inbound into the property. There are now 2 curb cuts, a 1 in and 1 out. We're going to keep the exit curb cut, but we are reducing the curb cut on the inbound side to 26 feet. And in keeping with DOT's criteria, the first parking space as you enter the site on the right has to be 50 feet from the curb, and we've got it at 50.4 feet. So we really can't park closer to the highway than that first space. So we're going to landscape this area. We're landscaping the area between the 2 driveways, and we are introducing some landscaping along the northerly property line. We did receive a request from the MUA to introduce bioswales into these 2 planter areas, which we will do. The way this property is graded, and I'll switch to the drainage and grading plan. It is all sloped basically towards the west from the back rear corner, the left rear corner to the front right corner. And it's basically all sheet flow. We don't show it here, but in response to a request by engineering, we will catch that runoff with trench drain and yard drains before it reaches the sidewalk area, and pipe it into an existing storm inlet that's just to the south of the proposed property line. We will seek a drainage connection permit since that drainage system is under DOT jurisdiction. Before I get into the sanitary, which is a little complicated, let me just go to the lighting. The lighting is proposed to have wall-mounted fixtures that will light the side yard and the front yard combined. There will also be additional sconces over the doors, which is an IBC requirement. And we've been asked to tweak this lighting a little bit by engineering. I think we may already comply, but we'll review the average foot candles, and if we have to make some adjustments, we'll do that as a condition of approval. I want to get into, before I get into that, I'm going to go back to the site plan, because we do want to mention the street trees. That was a waiver that we're requesting. With this frontage, we should be providing 4 street trees. But since we're in DOT jurisdiction, we were hesitant to put any trees in this area, and it is not that wide of a sidewalk to start with. But we are proposing trees just behind the property line. So technically, we are providing 5 trees. We're just not putting them in the right of way, but there will be 4 along the road and 1 additional one in the planter area. The species that we're calling for now are dogwoods and cherry trees, but once we introduce the bioswales, we may change that to be something more compatible with the bioswale environment. Now I'll get to the sanitary. In order to clarify this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, this is a Google Maps aerial view, and the site is highlighted with that red Post-it marker here. This is Tunnelly Avenue. North is to the top of the screen. There is a Days Inn site that's immediately to the north of the subject property. The subject property is this area that I'm highlighting now. North Street is the perpendicular street, and then Terrace Avenue is parallel to Tunnelly. The nearest sanitary sewer is in Tunnelly Avenue. The system that is in Terrace Ave. The system that is in Tunnelly is a storm-only system. So we can't connect the sanitary to that system. It is not a combined sewer. There's a couple of issues regarding getting this building connected to the sewer in Terrace Avenue. One, the Terrace Avenue is much higher in elevation, so it would have to be pumped with a force main. The other problem is that there is no public right-of-way to get from the subject property to Terrace Avenue sewer. Connection will be taking place at the intersection of North Street and Terrace Avenue. The only way to get there is through Tunnelly Avenue, which is under state jurisdiction. We've initially contacted the DOT about running the force main through their right-of-way to North Street and then up Side Street, which would be the municipal right-of-way. And we were initially told that their policy is they do not permit privately owned sewers within the right-of-way. It would have to be a public sewer. That would be kind of a complication, because public sewer means that other properties along the highway would be entitled to tie into it, but the pump system would be on private property. Another option that we are pursuing is possibly negotiating with the adjacent owner, the Days Inn property, and having an easement to construct the force main through their property to get to North Street and then up the street to connect to Terrace Avenue. So we were working, currently we're working both avenues. We're going to pursue further with the DOT, even though initially they said no. We're going to push a little harder to see if they can give us a waiver on their policy and allow us to put the force main in their right of way, or through the private property as with an easement. But and the MUA understands that if neither one of them is permissible, if we can't get permission from the owner, we can't get permission from the DOT, we're stuck with continuing with the septic tank that would periodically have to be, a truck would just arrive and pump it out, and it would be trucked away. There's no septic field on the property, and you wouldn't be able to do that here anyway. It's way too low in elevation and too close to groundwater. But neither the MUA nor the applicant wants to continue with the pump system and with the tank system. We would much rather have a connection to the public sewer. It's just that we, as Stephen had acknowledged, we can't commit to something if we don't own the property to get there. And so the MUA acknowledges that. And if it can't be done, it'll just have to continue with the tank system. And we would not be introducing any of the storm runoff, which is the more significant part of the flow from the property. None of the storm runoff will go into the tank. That would all go into the highway storm system. So there would be very little flow. The demand would only be from a couple of bathrooms on the property. Anyway, that is the situation with the sanitary, and that, unless you have any questions, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chisbat. Any questions for Mr. Chisbat?
Chair, I just have a comment.
Please.
On Tunnelly Avenue as it is, there's, when it rains, that's like almost like a river flowing there. What is going to be happening there when this building now is going to be erected?
Well, we're not building a new building, it's the existing building, but
The
we're
existing
actually,
building, I should say the existing building, yes.
but we would be reducing the runoff considerably. First of all, we're introducing a considerable amount of landscaped area. So we're reducing the amount of pavement. And also, in compliance with the request by MUA, we would be introducing rain gardens, which would also provide some retention of that runoff before it does enter into the state highway system. So, the inlet is right here. The slopes are grading to the south. So right now the gutter, there's an inlet just north of the property and another one just south of it. So the contribution to this inlet would be almost entirely this site and that pavement in between these two inlets, which is basically along the frontage of this site. But it is a state highway system. We would have to get permit. We don't have to go through the permits with them and demonstrate that we are reducing the flows to the system. And that's where it all goes now, is to this inlet. That's where right now it just runs down the driveways into the gutter and along the gutter into that inlet.
Thank you, Mr. Schubert. Anyone else?
Chairman, question. Mark, you mentioned the illumination, the lighting. Are the lights facing in such a way that it will not disturb the residents behind them? I know illumination is probably important to security, but their house is right behind them, which they're not getting flooded by light either.
Yeah, and that was why I said we may need to tweak this a little bit, but we have to be careful how we do this. Engineering is asking to make sure that we have that 1 foot candle minimum average, but we also have to try to keep the light levels at the property line to a 1/2 foot candle. And if you can see on this plan, this dash line that I'm highlighting with my mouse now, that's the 0.5 foot candle. The one that encroaches is the 1/4 foot candle. So we are cutting off that light. That's why the proposed light fixture that's on this wall is not further towards the rear. It's not centered on the building, because we're trying to respect that. And we are doing the same thing on the side facing the days in, although I don't think some additional light that might stray onto the days inside would be objectionable, because that's their parking area. So probably would welcome a little bit of light. But yeah, we are respectful of that. And also, if you see the 0.5 foot candle just barely runs along the property line on the north as well. The one that does encroach is the 1/4 foot candle, and the ordinance requires a 1/2 foot candle at the property line. So we are in compliance with that part.
Thank you.
And Mark, you also mentioned that the properties to the rear are at a higher grade. That
They are considerably higher grade, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Joseph.
Great. All right, let's bring Sam up next to give some brief planning testimony on the variance and the waiver.
And Sam,
I
you
do
just
acknowledge that I'm still under oath.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Bellamy, you're still qualified. You haven't lost your license in the last 30 minutes.
No, I'm not.
Man, okay, you're qualified.
Great. So a lot of my testimony was kind of hit on. So I'll just really be speaking to the positive and negative criteria for the variance we're asking for tonight. This property is located in the Highway Commercial HC district in Jersey City. Again, the existing building that we are retrofitting for this Class 5 cannabis retailer does have existing non-conforming conditions. It has an existing non-conforming north side yard setback of 1.4 feet, where 30 feet is required, and existing non-conforming 0 foot rear yard setback where 30 feet is also required for that. Again, we are altering the rear of the building to remediate the existing encroachment onto that rear property to the east of us. So with that, we are triggering the variance request for these existing non-conforming conditions. The other existing non-conforming condition that the site currently has is 100% lot coverage. We are reducing that lot coverage down to 87.1%, which does comply with the maximum 90% requirement. So with that improvement to the lot coverage, we are improving the stormwater conditions on the site, as well as the aesthetics with the proposed landscaping and street trees. as well as, better defining the entrancing and the exiting into the site, and then improving the circulation throughout the site. So with that, I do find that the benefits of these variances that we are asking for to substantially outweigh any detriments. The design waiver that we're asking for is for the minimum number of street trees. As Mr. Chisvet walked the board through, 4 are required for this site. We are proposing 5 trees that are located within the site and not within the public right of way. So this is a design waiver. As the board might be aware, the forestry standards does have certain requirements from spacing of from driveways and utilities. So with that, that really would create a hardship of providing these street trees within that right of way, along with potential unsafe conditions for drivers entering and exiting the site. So we do find that proposing the trees within the site is a better design alternative, and again would substantially the benefits would substantially outweigh the detriments. The project does advance several of the purposes of the municipal land use law. Again, this is a permitted conditional use. You'll hear a little bit more about that further on in the testimony. And this appropriate commercial use along the highway commercial zone consistent with purpose A. This is a sufficient space and appropriate location for the retail use consistent with purpose G. And then again, with the site improvements, the proposed landscaping and improvements to the building, we are promoting desirable visual environment consistent with purpose I. I don't find any substantial detriment to the general welfare. Again, the C variance for that, the existing non-conforming conditions is only triggered because we're improving the condition and removing the encroachment onto the adjacent property. We also are promoting the purpose of the HC zone by removing this encroachment into an R1 district. So that is consistent with the zone and would actually improve the general welfare here. Likewise, there isn't any substantial detriment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. This project does promote the purpose of the HC district by providing for this highway commercial use and improving the appearance of the streetscape. This project is also consistent with the master plan, again, permitted commercial use along this highway commercial area, Tunnelly Avenue corridor. So with that, I think this project meets both the positive and negative criteria. I think that concludes my direct testimony unless the board has any questions for me.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Bellamy?
No.
Okay. Mr. Joseph?
Great, thank you, Sam. So I do have a traffic engineer, but I don't think we need the testimony this evening unless the board has any specific questions. Mark covered it pretty well. We're not requesting any variances for the parking, and there's a traffic report in the file. So if the board doesn't have any specific traffic related questions, I'd like to get into the conditional use.
Board member, commissioners, anyone? I don't. I think we don't need to hear from them.
I don't either.
Anyone else? Okay, perfect. Okay.
All right, wonderful. So we're going to transition into the conditional use portion of this. I'm going to simply just run down the applicable sections of ordinance and state whether or not and how we meet each of the conditions. And then the owners are going to just say a little bit about their business because I think the board may be interested in that. Before I do that, I do want to say that Matt Ward has been incredibly patient with me, and I'm sure with other applicants throughout this process. I know we all work together very quickly to make this happen, and I've asked lots of stupid questions to Matt, and he's been really helpful with me on this application and other applications.
Mr. Joseph, may I suggest that in light of the fact that it is a conditionally permitted use in the zone, I suspect since you're in front of us, you meet all of the conditions, otherwise you'd be trying to seek relief.
We do meet all the conditions. If the board feels we don't need to run through them point by point, I'm totally fine with that. That saves me some more public speaking.
And quite frankly, Mr. Joseph, it really would be Mr. Bellamy that would go through it, but Chairman, so everybody in the public understands a conditionally permitted use is very similar to other uses that are permitted within the zone. However, they have additional restrictions placed on them or requirements placed on those uses. If you do not meet all of those uses, this board does not have jurisdiction. If you do not meet all of those requirements, you have to seek relief under Section D of the statute from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Clearly, being in front of this board, they meet all of those conditions. Those conditions could be, you can't be in so many feet of a school, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, if and when Matt needs to address the point during his report to the board, so be it. But I don't think we have to go through every one of the conditions and have Mr. Joseph confirm that he meets them. Obviously, this has been vetted by planning, and we have review and comment letters.
And the board has heard testimony about all the conditions in throughout our expert testimony this evening.
I agree with you with Council Lampe. We don't, the board, is it okay, commissioners, if we move forward?
Sure.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
If that's the case, then I'd like to have the owners just say a couple of words, and that will conclude our testimony.
Okay.
If we could have the owners sworn in, Bina and Satna, get you guys sworn in. So raise your hands.
Good evening, ladies. I'll swear you guys both in at the same time. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And as you guys appear on screen, left to right, can you just give me your names and spell them, please?
My name is Bina Bhatt. My first name is spelled B-I-N-A. Last name is B-H-A-T-T.
My name is Sapna Bhatt. It's spelled S-A-P-N-A. Last name B-H-A-T-T.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say my name is Bina. I am one of the co-owners of Blossom Dispensary. I want to thank the board today for hearing our application. Just to give you a brief introduction to myself, I was born and raised in Jersey City, so Jersey City is my home. And as the vice president of a Jersey City nonprofit, as well as a prior federal law enforcement, I feel like I can bring my experience to build a honest, reputable, and a safe establishment that serves our community. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sapna, and I'm an owner of Blossom Dispensary as well. Having been a pharmacist for 19 years, I've always found joy in counseling and educating people about medicines, vitamins, and supplements. I plan to bring my expertise to help individuals make an informed decision about the safe and responsible use of cannabis. Thank you to the members of the board for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the owners? No.
No.
Thank you, guys.
And that would conclude our testimony this evening then.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and, having said that, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public.
Second, Chair,
Go ahead.
not so much a question for the owners, but for council, Mr. Joseph. So this is new, right? We're going for a class 5 cannabis permit to allow this establishment. I think it's a great location, probably perfect for it. But that being said, I mean, so for you, I guess, the portal just opened up at the state last week, right? March 15th.
Correct. That's my understanding. There is a separate attorney handling the state portion of it, but this is the first of 3 steps to get to the point where a license is issued. It's the planning board, local cannabis control, and then the state license.
Well, doesn't it also have to go before the city council after the cannabis control?
I'm not handling that portion of the application.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Maybe Matt could actually answer that question better. I'm not sure.
So the reason I ask this is that we have another meeting coming up specifically for cannabis. So that being said, I guess to you, Matt, how is this equitable to the other applicants who are applying? Or is it maybe?
Well, applications have been allowed to be submitted to city planning since October 1st of last year. This application was submitted to us, I believe, in December. And we hadn't received another application until early this year, and most of them within the last 2 or 3 weeks. So this applicant was working diligently with city planning on a timeline that was available to everyone to apply to, and we would have scheduled them if we had them complete. It is not a question of equity. It is a question of equality, and we were open and accepting applications since October 1st.
And so, Matt, those would go in the queue like any other application, and as they come up, they get listed on the agenda and they get heard. So that's the reason why this particular applicant versus any of the others would have been heard. Commissioner Lipsky, from a licensing standpoint, this board obviously is only dealing with the zoning aspect. My understanding is the licensing down at the state is going to go into I'd refer to it as the hopper. I don't know what's going to happen down there. Trenton's a funny place from what I'm told. So,
But to your point, counsel, and it makes all the more sense because also built into the cake or baked into the cake is the distancing of these things. So you can't have, one cannabis shop next to another. It's going to be, some control over it. So that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think we'll run. Santo, I don't know. We talked. Mr. Lampi and I and planning director, as well as Francisco Espinoza. We spoke about how to treat or address concurrent applications that might be within 600 feet from one another. Such that is one of the major conditions in the zoning code. That is not a problem here or an issue or even something to discuss further at this point because there's no other applicant that's either submitted, being processed, or even prospective that I know of that's within 600 feet of this location. But I don't know, Santo, do you want to
yeah, so
discuss?
From a legal standpoint, the way we're going to address that issue as it's coming up in this preliminary portion, until licenses are issued and sites are actually fully licensed and able to operate, those sites would not trigger the requirement of distance because, for instance, this is the first step in many steps for this applicant. They may not get to the goal line. This site may not open at this location because somewhere along the line, they don't have success. From what I understand, there are a limited number of licenses that are going to be issued by the state. So, it would be inappropriate for this board to concern itself with, okay, how far are you from something that doesn't exist? So that's how this body will proceed. If this body looks favorably upon this application from a zoning and site plan standpoint, again, conditionally, this particular use meets all the conditions. So it's not the fact that it's for the cannabis component. We have some other issues that the applicant was addressing, but from the cannabis standpoint, they satisfy all the criteria. So that's how this body will proceed. And with that, we'll see what happens as all of this unfolds in the other jurisdictional components and licensing components.
Okay, thank you, counsel. So with that, I'll move to the public. I'll open it up to the public. I do see a hand raised.
Promoted, Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan. Just confirm for me that you are still under oath from before.
Yes, I'm the same person from before.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I think it's an interesting project and I think the location is good. I am curious to know how the waste pipeline is going to work out. However, my main concern and question to the presenters are the following. So it's more in regards to the environmental impact of the cannabis packaging. So according to the California News from the High Times, approximately 6.3 billion tons of plastic have been produced worldwide in the last 60 years, but only 9% of that total have been recycled. So my curiosity is, how is the company going to ensure proper recycling measures to reduce the environmental impact to the local community?
Mr. Rodriguez, is that your only question? Because if that is not, you can ask the other ones.
Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Joseph, do you want to take that on?
I don't know if I could solve that problem here on this meeting. I mean, look, the applicant's going to comply with all local regulations regarding trash disposal and recycling. Recycling. My client can't control what happens once packaging leaves the facility. I don't know. I don't know if my client is even fully aware of all the packaging that will be involved in the business, and I'm not sure that's that's a component of the zoning in any case.
It's understandable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the public? Anyone from the public?
Chair, see no more public. I move to close the public portion of this session.
Second.
Okay, public portion is now closed. I'll go back to Nat.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Gonzalez. So staff have presented the applicant both with an engineering memo dated March 3rd, 2022, and a staff memo from city planning dated March 1st, 2022. I know that there's some testimony put on the record as to how that they're already addressing some of the engineering comments. But I just want to circle back there and ask if the applicant has reviewed those conditions and memos, and if they're can comply with them.
Yeah, so the applicant and the team have reviewed the memos. We're in agreement with all the conditions, with the exceptions that we talked about this evening regarding the sewer.
Understandably. Okay. So other than that, the staff has really just added our normal conditions. This is, again, a preliminary major site plan application as well as this conditional use application. This is actually a little bit of a different animal from the ones that we will be reviewing mostly next week, which are really just going into existing retail spaces and don't have new parking or landscaping areas that they'll be incorporating into a site application or site plan. But you will be seeing a standard condition, and we're going to be asking this applicant to comply as well. So prior to the issuance of any permit, we're asking that the applicant seek and receive approval from the Cannabis Control Board and the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. For the board members here, the Cannabis Control Board is Jersey City's local licensing board, and the Cannabis Regulatory Commission is the state's. If there are more questions about some of those aspects of or bodies, I can try my best to answer them. I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, Commissioner Lipsky, earlier, but I'd be happy to field any additional questions and as best as I can. Some of them I might not know to the best of my ability because it's not really under our purview here in city planning. However, I've been in a lot of those meetings and trying to get up and running in this new realm that we're all living with and land use we're living and dealing with. They are trying to cure an encroachment on the rear property line, as they've talked about, and they're bringing that into the property line on an otherwise non-conforming structure, as well as making major improvements to the site overall by including landscaping, including several trees, and just overall improving the circulation of this site, where there's really actually no even existing curb up along Tunnelly Avenue. The conditions that are very specific to the cannabis class 5 retailer have to do with mostly separation distances, and they did submit a map that I can reference. One moment. So the applicant provided this map to city planning. They're identifying their location, and then in red on this map, they're identifying the schools, and they also put a 200-foot buffer around the school. So the two major kind of buffers you need to think about when we're dealing with class 5 cannabis retailers is, one, their front door has to be 200 feet from a school, which they are according to this map, and they have to be, their front door has to be 600 feet from another class 5 cannabis retailer, to which there are none approved yet. So they are meeting that condition. And that is one of the major conditions, or those are the major conditions that they have to meet. They also had to submit, there was actually additional submittal items, which they did submit. Now that we've received a number of applications, staff's reviewed these submittal items, which include a community impact plan, a written description of the applicant's social responsibility, philanthropy, a workforce development and job creation plan, as well as a attestation of a bona fide labor, or submit an attestation signed by a bona fide labor organization stating that the applicant has entered into a labor peace agreement. So we reviewed these alongside the other ones that we've received, and although they're new to city planning staff, they seem aligned with the other submittals that we've received. And those are actually items that are required in the state application. So we believe that they'll be under further scrutiny under the Cannabis Control Board, as well as the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. With that, staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Matt.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case
Real quick.
P.
Sorry, Acting Chair. I have a quick question from Matt and maybe Santo on this one. It's my understanding that based on our approval, there's certain timeframes that are laid out. And then you mentioned the Cannabis Control Board at the Jersey City level and the state level. We know if the timeframe for them they receive their approval at those levels would be within the timeframe that we'd grant approvals for at the planning board level, the zoning.
Right. So they're with the approval by this board, their rights would be vested for 2 years. I believe that the other two bodies should probably be able to get these processed in that time. And they're always up to file for an extension. So
I just make sure we're granting approvals that, potentially will never get a fill in the time frame that we have, or if we need to look at that. I appreciate it, Matt. Thank you.
I would just add, Commissioner, that I think the applicant is going to be looking to move as quick as they possibly can. The general consensus in the land use arena is time is of the essence. First to the table gets the bite at the apple. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's the general thought behind it. So the reason why we're seeing the flurry of activity is because the state seems to be ready to start accepting and processing licenses. Again, I can't speak one way or the other as to how accurate that information is, but that seems to be what is driving the timeframes, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
But to your point, Council, and to Commissioner Horton's, is that the portal just opened up last week. There was general speculation that the city would be given, I believe it's 5 licenses. That could have changed. You know, these things are fluid. And that's the only underlying rub here for me, because to Commissioner Horton's point, and Matt, I appreciate your honesty first and more, and your attempts to try to answer this, and also yours, Council Joseph. We're treading new waters, and so it's not that we're trying to be obstructionist. The motto of Jersey City is let Jersey prosper, and seeing 2 professional women, a born and bred female in this Women's History Month, present a business application. We want to do everything possible to nurture that and to advance it. At the same time, I think we have to be somewhat prudent in saying, I think maybe for the cannabis meeting at the end of the month, maybe if we can have a little bit more clarity from our end of what the state, the Cannabis Control Board, Jersey Cities, and what that would mean to go to the council, if that's what my understanding is. So that being said, I think we're in a good place to move ahead with this.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair motion, I would like to make a motion to approve case P21-159 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff conditions.
Okay, on a motion to approve with conditions, Acting Chair Gingadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Best of luck, ladies. Aye.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Yes, so I've been to several states that already have dispensaries for cannabis: Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Massachusetts. Seen, driven by them there. So this, I think, is an ideal location. And having 2 women who have 19 years of collective experience, I believe, in the industry, or at least pharmaceuticals, and I think it's an exciting proposition, and I hope that the stars align with regard to the laws of the state and the city. I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Yeah, it's a nice project, very new to Jersey City about cannabis, and I vote aye, and good luck to them.
Council President Waterman.
I know this is the first step for this process, and I wish them well, because I know they have to go to the board, and some of this does come back to the council. So I just wish you well, ladies. I do. I vote aye.
And Acting Chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Abstain.
Motion carries 6-4, 1 abstention.
Great. Thank you all. Have a good
Thank you,
evening.
Mr. Joseph. Have a good night. All right, guys. Mike, I think it's time for a break, right?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, we're gonna do a 10-minute break, guys. We'll be back at what time is it? 7:47, 7:51. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
I'm well nourished. Thank you.
Well nourished and well voided. Hey, so we have to get together soon.
Yeah, I'm down. The weather's getting
Come
nice.
through. Come
You know what
through.
that means.
Yeah. Be nice to hang out again.
I
Although I
haven't
don't
been
know
to Jersey
anymore.
City in a long time.
I know. Listen, it's probably changed since you were here last.
I
don't know.
believe it.
Can you drive in anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. If I remember how to drive, I just sit in my garage all day.
Well, things might change again soon. CDC, there's things. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I have to assume they will.
Yeah. Unfortunately. All right, guys. We can get this meeting started again.
Hey, Dr. Gonzalez, I'm
Yes, sir.
curious, how is my audio?
It's good. It was a little off earlier, I thought, but it's totally perfect now.
This is good?
Yes, it is.
How about now?
Same. Same. Good. Same.
Still good?
Yeah. Are you testing out new equipment?
I have no equipment. That's my problem. I'm trying to figure this out. I don't.
No, we can totally hear you. We can't see you though, but. All right, guys, shall I call the next case up? And then we have a little time to get it taken care of. So the next case, everyone, is number 14 on the agenda, case P21-098. This is a preliminary and final major site plan. Address is 85 Amity Street.
Miss Tarnico, is the Brandon Angles and Rich Procanic part of your team?
Our team includes Mr. Procanic, Robert Nacella of SNS Architects and Engineers, and Ben Mitzman. So hopefully you see all of them in the waiting room.
Okay, I missed the second name. I got Ben Mitzman and I got Procanic.
Robert Nocella.
Robert Nostella. Okay, adding them.
And Cameron, just for maybe some housekeeping, I did see someone from Port Liberté on the list of attendees. So I'm just gonna really quickly announce again the case 22 on the agenda of 1 Constellation Place, Chapel Ave is not gonna be heard today. And neither will address 26 Perrine Avenue, number 23 on the agenda. And we will also not hear 32-34 Cottage Street, number 24 on our agenda, because I did see a couple of people on the attendees list. I don't know, they might be here for another one, but just in case. Mr. Donico, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, board members. Lawrence Hardenico of the law firm Chiesa, Shahinian and John Tomasi here on behalf of the applicant, BizRep 385 Amity LLC. The applicant is here this evening seeking, as you indicated, preliminary and final site plan approval in connection with an existing industrial building located at 85 Amity Street, which is designated as block 13605, lot 6 on the tax maps of the city of Jersey City. Zoning for the property is governed by the Montgomery Street redevelopment plan. As will be addressed more thoroughly during our testimony this evening, the property is improved with an existing approximately 56,569 square foot warehouse building. And the applicant proposes certain improvements to the property, including repaving and reconfiguring the existing parking and loading areas on site to provide for a total of 31 parking spaces, 34 trailer spaces, and 37 loading spaces, along with facade upgrades and ancillary improvements, which include fencing, landscaping, curbing, lighting, and sidewalks, including the replacement of portions of a sidewalk along Amity Street, Fremont Street, and Bright Street. In connection with our application, the applicant is seeking variance relief to deviate from section 345-65 of the Jersey City Code relating to landscape buffers, and to the extent deemed necessary by the board this evening, the applicant is also seeking to deviate with regard to the redevelopment plan's dimensions for loading spaces and the city's requirements for street trees. So to discuss the application in greater detail, we do have 3 witnesses, as mentioned: Ben Mitzman of Kimley Horn, our civil engineer; Robert Nocella of SNS Architects, our architect; and Richard Prokanik, our professional planner, to provide very brief planning testimony, and he's from Kimley Horn as well. So with the board's permission, we'd like to begin with our first witness.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chairman,
go
just
ahead.
for purposes of the record, let's mark the notice. I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application here this evening, 85 Amity Street here in the city. This matter was originally scheduled for the February 15th meeting of the board. It was carried with the preservation of that notice. I reviewed the notice. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark that as A1 for the record.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. So we'd like to begin with our first witness, Mr. Mitzman of Kimley Horn.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Ben. I'll swear you in. All right. If you can raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Ben Mitzman, Mitsmenn.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mitzman, we just have to qualify you. Have you presented to our board here before?
I have not. It's my
Okay. You want to give us a little bit of your background?
Absolutely. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, the civil engineer on this project. I'm employed by Kimley Horn and Associates at 902 Carnegie Center Boulevard, Suite 140 in Princeton, New Jersey. I'm a licensed professional engineer since 2018, and I've been practicing in the state of New Jersey since 2018. I received my bachelor's and master's degree in civil and environmental engineering from the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. My license is current and in good standing. As I said, I have not provided testimony before this board, but I have appeared before boards in Paramus, Morristown, Deptford, Fort Lee, Wayne, Greenwich, and Egg Harbor.
Okay, perfect. Well, you haven't appeared in front of the best board ever. You are today, so welcome, and you're qualified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitzman, just one more housekeeping item. Did your office prepare the site plans that were submitted to the board in connection with this evening's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. And just to start, if you could provide the board with a general overview of existing conditions and then kind of segue into the site plan and proposed improvements, please.
Very good. I'm going to share my screen to show the exhibits here. And then if I could just get confirmation that everybody can see what's being shown on my screen, it should be a aerial marked existing site that shows the existing conditions of the site.
I can see it.
Very good. Okay, property location is 85 Amity Street, block 13605, lot 6. Property is located within the Montgomery Street redevelopment area and is zoned for industrial or commercial use. The site's adjacent to Amity Street to the south, Fremont Street to the east, and Bright Street to the north. There's an existing industrial use to the west and south, residential uses for Jersey City Housing Authority to the east, and educational uses for County Prep School to the north. The overall lot area is 5.85 acres. The existing improvements on the property is a 56,569 square foot warehouse building with truck access on Amity, located at this location. Can everyone see my cursor as well?
I can see it, and you're pointing,
Yes.
just for the record, to the driveway off of Amity Street.
Correct, the existing driveway, yes. And there's also an existing employee parking area on the south of the property that it's an extended lay down curb, and there's 2 entrances, one for the trucks and one for the employee parking. And there's a total of 38 loading spaces. And there's currently, I believe, only 2 employee parking stalls that are striped out, and the rest are not. So flipping to the illustrative site plan that shows the proposed improvements for the site. The existing warehouse building will remain. The guard booth and the driveway connection and Amity is going to be removed and relocated. And this proposed development is compliant with nearly all the bulk standards set forth in the redevelopment plan, except for the loading space dimensions, which is an existing non-conforming condition due to the location and configuration of the dock doors on the building. We're proposing a new 36-foot driveway on Amity with a security gate. There's 31 total 9x18 parking stalls proposed, where 23 spaces are required per the redevelopment plan. Two of the 31 are ADA compliant, one of which will be van accessible. The new employee parking area will be located on the northeast corner of the building, immediately adjacent to the building, with a sidewalk tie-in. That will be ADA compliant. That minute to load. We're providing wheel stops at the heads of the ADA parking and these 3 adjacent parking stalls, as we have flush curb that transitions to 6-inch curb. We're also proposing a ADA compliant ramp, precast ramp to the man door located on the east side of the building. We'll also be proposing new sidewalk within Amity, Fremont, and Bright Street. This sidewalk will be ADA compliant and meet required grades. There is a small section that was just recently re-poured at the corner of Bright Street and Fremont Street, and we're proposing to leave that as is and match grades at the proposed tie-in. As far as trailer parking spaces, we have 24 proposed at the south end of the property with the dolly pad. Those will be 12 by 55 feet in dimension. And we're proposing 37 loading spaces where 4 are required. As Lauren mentioned, we are requesting relief for the dimensions of the loading spaces due to the configuration of the dock doors on the building. These spaces, the majority of these spaces will be 12 feet or 10 feet by 55, where 12 by 40 is required. Circulation wise, we have the 36-foot driveway here, and circulation for WB67 tractor trailers through the west side of the property and through the south side of the property. Full circulation around the building for emergency access. And this northern lot can circulate SU40 building or SU40 trucks. And we have access to the employee parking space through the east side of the building. This drive here is 24 feet. We're also proposing a 8-foot high chain link security fence with vinyl slats. This will not have barbed wire on it, and it's used for privacy and reduction of headlight glare onto adjacent properties. That's proposed around the perimeter of the site. As I mentioned, there's an existing 8-foot high solid metal panel fence that has barbed wire that will be removed and replaced with the proposed. In regard to signage, there's a 1 monument sign proposed just to the right of the proposed driveway, about 6 feet tall and 5 foot 8 inches wide, for a total of 34 square feet on single face, non-illuminated. Located, like I said, to the right of the driveway, and also 1 stop sign and stop bar at the exit to the driveway. And we also have some smaller building mounted signage just for ADA parking stall compliance.
Thank you. Just to back up just for 1 second, the proposed signage complies with the redevelopment plan requirements as far as dimensions and location. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Can you just move on to landscaping, please?
Yes, I'm gonna just go through stormwater real quick.
Oh, sure, please. Absolutely.
Yep. So the proposed grading matches the original intent or the original drainage patterns for the site. We are proposing 2 new trench drains, one on the south side of the building, one on the north side of the building, utilizing existing stormwater infrastructure tie-ins for connection to Bright Street. And we are proposing a new stormwater connection to the existing manhole on Amity Street. One of the comments that we received from the engineering letter had previously shown that we were connecting to this curb inlet, and since we have submitted updated plans showing connection to the manhole. The proposed site reduces motor vehicle surface and impervious area, and groundwater recharge isn't required within the metropolitan planning area PA1. In regard to the other utilities on the site, we are utilizing existing gas, sanitary, and water connections. The existing gas run comes off of Amity Street and connects on the south side of the building, where water and sanitary come onto the north side of the building. The water connection comes through right here off of Bright Street, and the sanitary service comes off of Bright Street as well. So no new connections there. One of the comments that we did receive was that field testing needed to be completed on these lines, and that's being performed, and an inspection report will be provided. We are also proposing to relocate the existing transformer about 10 feet away to a new location, so that way it's out of the area of the proposed drive. In regard to landscape improvements, we're proposing a total of 3 on-site new trees, 2 of which will be Princeton centuries. That's this one here and this one here, and the other one will be a Higgin cherry. And then in regard to offsite, we're proposing a total of 49 Winter King hawthorns located, as you can see here. On the original set of plans that we had submitted, we had asked for relief from the street tree requirement. Looking at the comment letters, we were able to increase some of the street trees to meet that requirement. So where 56 trees were required per 1,375 feet of frontage, we are now proposing 60.
Thank you. And just to clarify, does the redevelopment plan have any requirements for the percentage of lot area that needs to be landscaped?
Yes, I believe that is 10%, and we are proposing 20.
Thank you.
In regard to offsite improvements, as I mentioned before, in these brown areas here, we'll be proposing new sidewalk. And it was also a requirement that we mill and overlay the full frontage of Amity Street due to having the proposed utility connection for stormwater. So that's shown here in purple. We did receive a comment in regard to the sidewalk / parking area on Fremont Street. And we'll work with the city to comply with what's required there for improvements. We are proposing some new site lighting. There's 3 pole mounted lighting fixtures. These are LEDs along the back side of the trailer parking areas, and another light pole here, another one here, and another one over here on this west side. And then we have a total of 13 wall mounted LED fixtures at varying heights along the exterior of the building. And the photometric layout was completed such that it meets the local ordinance. I think that is about it for my testimony.
Just to clarify on 2 items, if possible, before we conclude and open up your testimony, to the board for questions. Are there buffer requirements in the Jersey City Code from which we're seeking relief tonight?
Yes, there are.
And can you just briefly explain what the requirement is and what we're proposing instead?
Yes. So in regard to the buffer requirements, per section 345-65 of the code, requires that any parking, loading outside of equipment in storage areas that adjoins a street open space or residential use shall have landscape buffer along all applicable property lines, except those in instances where building intervenes and where it impedes safe vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The buffer shall be 3 feet in depth and should provide within 2 growing seasons a living screen, at least 4 feet in height and of such density to obscure automobile headlight glare. Where spatial restrictions or traffic safety concerns do not provide sufficient width for screen planting, a 4-foot high decorative fence or a brick wall or any combination of plants, wall, decorative fence may be provided. In this specific scenario for this development, in order for traffic to be able to circulate safely and to provide enough room for two-way vehicle access and also for emergency access, there's really not room to provide that 3-foot buffer from the property line. As you can see here, we're pretty much right up against the property line with our proposed drive. And in this location and throughout the remainder of the perimeter of the property, we're proposing an 8-foot tall fence, which will have vinyl slats for security purposes and also for screening against automobile glare that may emanate from the site.
Thank you. And just, I know you referenced the engineering comment letter, and I know you referenced specific items within there that we were working with the city on or will work with the city on. Is there anything else in that letter that the applicant cannot comply with?
No, it is just the storm comment, which we're actively working through, the sidewalk, and there was a comment for off-site photometric analysis that we'll also work with the city on.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then one other comment letter was issued. Have you had an opportunity to review the planning report issued by the city's planner, Mr. Creel?
Yes.
And are there any items within that report from an engineering perspective that the applicant cannot comply with?
No.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Mitzman.
Thank you, Council. Commissioners, anyone have any questions for Mr. Mitzman? Okay. Council,
Okay.
on to the next witness, please.
Great, thank you. Our next witness is Robert Nacella from SNS Architects and Engineers.
Hi, Robert, I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand.
Sure.
The testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. Robert Nocella, Nocella.
Thank you.
Okay, and just to start, can you provide the board with the benefit of your educational and professional background, please?
Sure. In 1995, I graduated from Virginia Tech with a Bachelor of Architecture degree. I was licensed in the state of New Jersey in 2001 and have maintained it since then. I'm also licensed in Delaware, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Washington, and I've testified over numerous boards in northern New Jersey.
Mr. Nocella, your license is current?
It is.
Okay, you're qualified.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Nocella, you prepared the architectural plan submitted to the board in advance of tonight's hearing, is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
Great, thank you. And can you please describe for the board the proposed renovations and building materials in connection with the exterior improvements to the site?
Sure. I'll just share my screen here. Okay. Can everyone see the elevations on my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so basically the existing building is metal panel siding and concrete masonry. We're proposing on giving it a brand new paint scheme. As you can see here, doors would be blue, and then there's like a series of gray, light gray, dark gray, light blue stripes that go on the building. We feel that's going to be a nice improvement to the existing building. But also more importantly, we're going to be doing a significant amount of repairs to the building. So any damaged roof leaders, gutters, We're gonna go through and pretty much replace all the overhead doors and man doors, or replace them to the, repair them to the best that they can be to an as-new condition. But the intent is to really repair this building and make it much more presentable. On the north elevation, here, this is a new door that's leading into a employee break room, so it'll be a direct employee entrance. This will be the main entrance to the office portion of the space. So it'll be new glass doors, a small canopy to provide shelter from the weather, and we're also punching some new windows into the office area to get some daylight in. Along the south building where the majority of the truck docks are, will be, again, as I said, replacing overhead doors, providing new dock levelers and bumpers, and basically bringing up the building to where it should be.
Thank you. And are any interior improvements proposed?
Yes, I can go to the floor plan. The bulk of the interior improvements are going to be here on the northern half of the building. We're building a new office for the tenant, as well as a break room for the employees that work in the warehouse and terminal space. We're also providing a small truckers lounge for truckers who are waiting for their trucks to be unloaded and reloaded. So they'll be in a small lounge here with their own shower and bathroom.
Thank you. One last question for you. The board's planner issued a comment letter, which letter included a proposed condition of approval that the architectural firm of record submit a signed affidavit confirming that the building was constructed as approved. Are you able to provide a certification with regard to the improvements and modifications that are being proposed this evening, that once complete, they were constructed in accordance with the approvals?
Yes.
Should the project be approved? Great.
Yep. Yes, I will.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Nacella.
Commissioners, anyone, any questions for Mr. Nocella?
No.
Okay.
Okay, lastly, this evening we have our professional planner, Richard Prakanik from Kimley Horn, to provide some very brief planning testimony with regard to the existing loading dock dimensions and the requested relief from the buffer requirements. So if we could proceed with him, that would be great.
Hey, Rich, I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. You swearing the testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Certainly. Richard Prakanik, P as in Peter, R-O-C-A-N-I-K.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Prakanik, can you provide the board with your educational and professional background, please?
Sure. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science from NJIT. I am a licensed professional planner. I've appeared in front of other boards providing professional planning testimony, and my license is current and in good standings.
Thank you, Mr. Prakanik. You are qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prakanik, what did you do in anticipation of your testimony this evening?
I reviewed the applications and plans submitted to the board, the surrounding area, the applicable redevelopment plan, the applicable ordinance, and the master plan.
Okay, thank you. And can you just describe the nature of the proposed use?
It's a warehouse industrial. So the property is within the industrial and commercial zone of redevelopment plan.
And am I correct that a warehouse use is permitted?
Correct.
Great, thank you. And can you just describe for the board the relief that the applicant's requesting this evening?
There are 3 items I'm going to speak to. It's the buffer requirements, the loading dimensions, and the proposed street trees along the frontage.
Okay.
What I would like to do is I'll share my screen just so that we can look at the plan while I talk, if that's okay. You should be able to see my screen momentarily.
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay, great. So the first item I'd like to address is going to be the landscape trees around the perimeter of the building. In aggregate, we do provide the total required number of trees for frontage, which is 1 per 25 lineal feet. However, we don't meet that if we look at the individual frontages of Bright on the top of the screen and Amity at the bottom left. The reason we don't do this is there's a hardship on the site, which would allow us to provide the criteria for a C1 hardship variance along Amity because of the location of the driveways and the concave nature of the road. Spacing the trees to every 25 feet, it's not practical or possible. Where 13 is required, we are providing 9 on Amity. If we go to the north side on top of the screen, Bright Street, a similar situation, not necessarily conducive of the lot configuration or the shape, but some of the existing utilities and landscaping already on Bright Street. So you'll notice to the west or the left side of the street, there's street lights and some existing street trees already. We did not want to remove an existing tree just to plant 2 in that same space. So we did start our new trees, our street trees, a little bit further east and have them spaced appropriately. We are providing 19 where 23 is required. On the east side of the property, Fremont Street, we are providing 32 trees where 20 is required to compensate for the missing trees along Amity and Bright. Those are down at the bottom part of the screen where we do have the 2 rows and they are staggered. The second variance I would like to discuss is the loading. There are 6 loading spaces that do not comply with the 12 feet by 40 foot requirement within the ordinance. This is caused by an existing condition of the building. The loading docks exist today as they have. We're not modifying them, we're not moving them. All we're doing is providing some additional pavement markings to better delineate the area associated with each one of those docks. And just the spacing of those existing doors are 10 feet by 50 feet. This would, if we were to categorize this as a variance, I think it would meet the C1 as a hardship. It's an existing nonconformity. We're not changing it. We're just providing some additional pavement markings. And to further supplement that, we can classify this as a C2. It is certainly not a substantial detriment to the surrounding areas, and it does provide light, air, open space, and safety throughout the site as it has functioned this way for some period of time now. The third and final variant I'd like to touch on is the fence along Fremont Street. As Ben spoke to, where we do not have enough space to provide the 3-foot buffer because of the existing drive, the existing building, and the property line. We do want to maintain full circulation to promote safety throughout the site, and we're not able to reduce the pavement to provide 3 feet of landscape buffering. We would consider this to be C2 flexible variance. The primary intention of the ordinance itself is to prevent a headlight trespass off of the site and impact neighboring properties or vehicles on the surrounding roadways. We are proposing an 8-foot fence as opposed to the 4-foot that's required by ordinance. We would still achieve the goal of the ordinance and the redevelopment plan of reducing headlight glare leaving the site. We would just look to do it with a taller solid fence. And the reason we are looking to install a little bit more of a robust, taller fence is primarily for safety. We certainly don't want anyone from the surrounding residential neighborhoods to accidentally come onto our property and be injured. And by creating providing a taller fence with the additional landscaping on Fremont Street, it does provide a more desirable visual environment for that surrounding areas. One thing I should point out is the existing fence today does have barbed wire. The proposed fence will not. It'll just be 8 foot instead of 4 foot. That's required for the buffer.
Understood. And just to clarify, with respect to this request, it relates to the fencing along Fremont Street, but doesn't it also relate to the proposed fencing along the areas that adjoin a street, open space, or a residential use? Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Buchanan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Any questions for Mr. Buchanan for the commissioners? Okay. Council, is that it?
Actually, yes, just to back up for 1 second, I do have one question for Mr. Prakanik. Is it correct, Mr. Prakanik, that with respect to these 3 requested variances, there would be no substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance?
That's correct. And it does certainly advance the intent of the MLUL as well.
Okay, great, thank you. No, that concludes our affirmative presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Council. This time we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. This is case P21-098, 85 Amity Street. Anybody from the public? I think I do see a hand raised.
Promoting Val.
Hey Val, how's it going?
Hey, buddy. Good. You know,
I just want to swear you in, all right?
of course,
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Valery Verkhovsky, Valeriy. Last name Verkhovsky, Verkhovskiy.
Thank you, Mr. Vukoski. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Always a pleasure being on these boards in this evening, and I always appreciate your due diligence and hard work each and every single meeting. I just want to bring that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want the board to know. I mean, I'm a resident nearby. I lived here for many, many years. There's one thing that's been always consistent and getting worse. It is huge trucks blocking Fairmont and backing up from Fairmont during rush hour. Each and every single morning, or when these trucks are leaving, they do the same thing over and over again, whether it be this development or nearby. They would just back up, and while they're backing up slowly and trying to get into the area, they would just block traffic for long periods of time. There are a lot of issues. I think this development, to be honest with you, is going backwards. I think this development, nearby in this area, as one of the witnesses pointed out, is becoming more residential, more mixed-use residential. And to be honest with you, adding more trucks that are backing into Fairmont Avenue is really a dangerous and hazardous proposition to pedestrians, bicyclists, and etc. Was there my first main question in terms of safety, because safety was obviously brought up during this presentation. Was there a traffic engineer that evaluate this situation? Because it's honestly, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And should this proposal be approved, can the traffic go elsewhere? If traffic was studied, if traffic was studied, can that be altered onto another street? It's a big problem, and I really think this development, as I mentioned, it's going backwards. We're adding more and more. There's more and more pedestrian activity in the neighborhood, and to add more trucks, I think is really not going forward, but going backwards. So I hope the board would take my suggestions, and I really ask if safety is my major concern for sure, and obviously traffic. So can the witnesses, panelists, explain if there's a traffic engineer available this evening?
Okay, Mr. Vukoski, thank you. We'll have counsel. You want to take a crack at that?
Yeah, I'd just like to take a minute to respond. We understand your comments, and we appreciate, certainly your support of safety. We also support safety. We do respectfully disagree, with the suggestion that the proposed improvements to the site constitute a step back. What we have here is an existing warehouse use, which is permitted under the redevelopment plan. So while other parts of the neighborhood may be changing, this is what the city does envision for this property. And with regard to site access and safety, I'll let our civil engineer jump in a little bit. My understanding from a review of the site plan is that trucks would access the site solely from Amity Street. Ben, maybe you could just address that a little bit.
Sure. Do I need to swear back in or am I good?
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Val, definitely appreciate your question, and I'll do my best to answer that for you. So originally, when we looked at the layout for the proposed site, we did evaluate providing a point of access both on Bright Street and on Fremont Street. And based on the adjacent uses with the Academy of Technology and Design adjacent to Bright Street and the Jersey City Housing Authority adjacent to Fremont, we decided that it was best to keep the truck traffic circulating from Fairmont to Amity Street as it does in the existing condition. We're not anticipating, or we're not adding any dock doors, and the proposed use matches that of the existing use. And there's also, looking at the map, there's about 800 feet from Fairmont to where our new driveway connection would be. So if there was any minimal stacking that took place in regard to access to our site, that would be well contained within the limits of Amity and not be spilling out onto Fairmount Avenue.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I see someone else.
Promoting Green Valley.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Hi, Gene, we hear you. We just don't see
Yeah,
you.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get the sorry, my screen to get down so I can put the video on. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, very good.
All right, great. And just if you could confirm that you're still under oath.
Yes, I am.
And you have 3 minutes, please.
Yes. There were a number of things that I noticed on the site, and I don't know if you can answer them or not, but there were some just simple issues. I noticed on the top right-hand part of the screen where there is that turn into where the employees' parking lot is that radius big enough so that fire trucks and such can get through? That was one thing that did concern me. You speak about this 8-foot fence and it being a chain link fence. Chain link fences do have the option to put them the finished side up where the points are not sticking up, or the finished side down where the points are sticking up. And I was curious, will the points be sticking up, or will they be put into the ground and there just be a smooth finish? Additionally, I was thinking about the trees. Truthfully, I think all of Bright Street should have trees just so there's a uniformity of the way things look. Also, if there should be some type of commitment from the developer that once these Bright Street trees die, which they eventually will, or I don't even know if they've been assessed as to their health, who will replace them? Truthfully, I believe it all should be harmonious. Another thing I was curious, because that roof is so large and so flat, will there be any type of perhaps solar panels or any type of, engineering that can take advantage of that expanse? Let me think, anything else? I just out of curiosity, because of the runoff that's going to be drained down to that manhole, and we do have currently have the combined sewer system, the CSO, that are there any on that site itself in that warehouse, will there be delivering or loading any type of toxic or hazardous material that might eventually spill and perhaps get washed down into the storm drain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daly.
Thank you.
Council?
Okay, just want to make sure we get to your comments and address them. Ben, can you address Ms. Daly's question with regard to the access of the employee parking area, please, as well as the fencing?
Yes, so we did do a truck turn analysis as part of our site plan application. And the, up here, 1 second, I just want to make sure I get this right for the specification for the size truck that we used. So we did use the auto turn software to route a SMEAL platform 100-foot ladder truck around the perimeter of the site. And that can be seen on sheet C500 of the site plan application. And it does show that it has adequate space to make that turn to be able to circulate the site. In regard to the chain link, I think that's something that is means and methods. And I don't see any issue with working with the city and the contractor to make sure that that is taken care of. If that's something that the city would like to see. And then in regard to your landscape comment, we do have the standard City of New Jersey landscape maintenance specifications on our plan that provide a 2-year guarantee period on the contractor to maintain all plant material in accordance with the landscape specifications and to the satisfaction of the city representative. So that's something that would follow with this application. And I guess I can speak to the solar as well, and maybe Rob can mention something too. That's not something that we looked at from a civil engineering perspective, also not something that is required for this development. So that's not something that we looked at.
And Ms. Daly, just one other question. You had asked whether there would be toxic materials stored on this property, and we've confirmed with the applicant that this will be a warehouse for the storage of materials, but they won't be hazardous materials. So hopefully that addresses your question as well.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone from the public? Anyone else? I don't see any more hands raised.
Motion to close the public session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. We are now closed for public. And I think this is Mr. Craigle. Timothy?
Hi.
There you are.
When this project was first brought before me, Lauren, me, and the developers all worked together to add, in my direction, a rather large amount of street trees along Amity, Bright, and is that Front Street or Fremont Street. Also that an extensive amount of interior landscaping be done. I feel that the site has been greatly improved. I stress to the board the disagreement that I have with the comments made by certain people in the public about traffic in the area, and that the trucks, this is an industrial area. It is zoned for industrial. It has always been industrial back 50 plus years. Trucks leave on Fairmount and go on to Grant. They don't go back up into areas near the square and wander around there. If there's truck traffic backing up, something you need to report to the city, report to the people at the Division of Engineering and get to the bottom of that. It could be from other sites. Doesn't necessarily mean it's from this site. It makes no sense for traffic to run back up
Fairmount into the middle of nowhere. There are no main streets there. There are no principal arterials. It does not go somewhere else. And so I feel like the site is in the perfect situation to handle the load of extra vehicles that it might incur, and that it will not be a detriment to the local volume of traffic in the area. And that if anything, this would improve the site and the look of the area overall. The fact that it's not even, I believe it's a vinyl fence, not even a chain link fence that surrounds the entire perimeter of the site, and it's an 8-foot vinyl fence. Also, I would recommend, as per the engineering comments from LaShawn Wang, that the frontage along Fremont Street be kept, not be kept in the current situation. It is a depressed curb, but it be a complete street with proper sidewalk and curbing. And that if issues do arise from that, it will be dealt with internally within the city with the Division of Engineering. We can work with that afterwards, and it's already in the my staff comments for approval. That you work with the Division of Engineering on trying to figure out what the proper street treatment should be on Fremont Street in reference to the curbing. Other than that, planning is very happy to see this application come before the board. We think it's a good improvement for the area, and I approve of the development going forward.
Thank you, Tim.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just jump in.
Sure.
Mr. Krill, I think, mentioned that with regards to the fencing, the applicant is proposing an 8-foot chain link fence with vinyl slats. Just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
Okay. If possible, can we work to make it a vinyl fencing or something more durable than just your typical slatted chain link fence?
Just give me 1 second. There is a concern with security on this site, which is why the applicant was proposing the fencing in this manner.
I understand that issue. I've dealt with it with my engineering background in the past. Since it falls within the parameters of the design standards, planning would allow it.
We appreciate that.
You're okay with everything else, Council?
Yes, I believe we've addressed the issues that we're working with engineering on, or we'll work with engineering on. Yes, so I believe that we are all set.
Okay, good. Thank you, guys.
Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve case P21-098 as presented to the board this evening.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Commissioner Acting Vice Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All in favor, motion passes with staff conditions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tardanico.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well.
Mike, you're good, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to call case P21-121 next. Final major subdivision at 219-221 Columbia Ave. This is number 15 on the agenda.
Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez, I just want to
Yes.
put for the record that it's a minor subdivision. I think there was an error in the agenda.
Thank you very much for that. I have here that there was a pro se attorney, but you're Oh, you're the planner, that's right.
Yeah. I believe,
Sylvina, she's on, I see her.
yeah, and I believe they're supposed to be the land surveyor. There she goes.
Yes, yes, it's correct. The survey, yes.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Indri.
Yeah, before you go, I need to swear you in, all right? If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sylvina Indri, Silvina. Last name is Indri.
Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
Miss Indri.
Okay, this is just good evening for everybody. And this is for the minor subdivision of the property 219/221 Columbia Avenue. And it's the lot at the moment is 50 by 100, and we want to subdivide it for 2 lots 25 by 100. And we have Mr. Jeremiah Clapper as a surveyor, and he will present the testimony.
Now, Miss Indri, you're not an attorney, correct?
No.
You're the owner of this land?
No, I'm representing the owner. I'm just the applicant. The owners are also on the screen as Mr. and Mrs. Tarallo. They are also online. So.
Okay, I'll defer to our counsel for anything different that we need to do, sir.
So, first of all, Chairman, we are in receipt of an affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application this evening. This has been carried from several prior meetings. That does appear to be in order. We're going to mark that as A1. My review of the application, the applicants are a Sabato and Anna Tarallo, who, as I understand the application, are the owners of the property. As such, they own the property in their individual capacities. They do not need to be represented by an attorney to make the application. They can proceed in a pro se manner. I understand that Ms. Ingrid is a professional who is described as the project manager and is helping them through the process, which is why she is on the screen and speaking as their project manager. And if I am correct, Mr. Kapler is the land surveyor and is going to provide testimony with respect to the proposed subdivision. So with that, Mr. Kapler, if you can unmute yourself and we can get you sworn in. Are you going to be able to share your screen with the board?
Sure. I just don't see how the functionality to do that. Is there, can you
All right,
guide
let's
me?
get you sworn in first.
Sure.
And then your daughter's going to explain to you how to do it.
I told her she has to be quiet. She's not feeling so good, but babysitting duty at the same time.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Jeremy Clapper, Jeremy, last name Clapper, Klapper.
Thank you.
Mr. Kapler, you're a land surveyor here in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I am, and the license is still active.
Yeah, you're qualified.
So, Mr. Kapler, you should see the shared screen function. I believe you've been given that control ability. It's a green icon with an arrow, usually pointing up.
Yeah, all right, now I see it. Thank you. Let's see.
Dad, can you give me a bath now?
Oh, I'm present there. Just 1 second. Oh. Does it seem to be working now, or is it failing to do so?
We are not seeing anything yet.
Okay, let me try again. Hold on. I do see the capability. What's happening is they're asking for these. Right, open systems, security, privacy, grant access, just one sec, security.
Mr. Clapper, if you need more time, we can certainly go to the next application.
No,
and
no,
come back.
no, I'm trying to get this. I apologize.
As you know, we have a lot of applications after you.
I understand. I'm trying to get this. Sylvia, do you have the PDF on where you could share the screen?
Okay, I'm gonna try to share this screen. Yeah, give me just 1 second.
We can see your screen now, Miss Sindri.
Yes, I'm gonna see if I can find his
See survey new or survey final signed?
yeah.
To the right of it, where you just were? One to the
This is
right?
a survey. This is from the tax
to the right?
assessor.
Go one to the right or two to the right of that.
Okay.
It says survey new and survey final signed. That might be it.
Yes, survey new. I don't see the survey. Oh, maybe right here.
Just one to the right of subdivision tax map that you have. You see subdivision tax map that you clicked?
Yes.
Go one
To
to
the
the
right.
right of that. One file to the right, please. Nope.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right there.
This is the one.
With that, please.
Double click it.
You have it checked, but I don't see it opening up.
Yeah, you're gonna need to reshare your screen. So just reshare and share that screen that opened up because you just shared the one window. So when you open something new, it's not gonna show it.
You want me to share the other window?
You just stop sharing and then reshare again, whatever just opened up.
Okay. Just 1 second. Now it's better. Can you see it now?
If you want to share your screen, I can just share it. I have the survey open so we can move on quicker.
Thank you, Francisco.
No problem. So you can just unshare your screen and then I'll share it.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, sorry.
You can usually just start sharing and it'll bounce them off.
Got it. I'll do that. There we go. Does everyone see?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
No problem. Just let me know where do you want me to go?
First, we can look at the before subdivision. As previously mentioned, this was a 50-foot by 100-foot parcel of land with a 2-story frame dwelling on it. The after subdivision calls for separating that one parcel into 2 evenly 25-foot by 100 parcels where the building would be eliminated and would create 2 vacant parcels at that time. And there would be no variances required.
Mr. Kapler, obviously, all we're proposing at this point in time is to create the lots. We're not talking about the structures. Would the applicant support a single curb cut? Are there curb cuts currently?
Can you go back to the before subdivision? No, there are no curb cuts, actually, correct.
There'll continue to be no curb cuts?
That can ask the applicant. I can't address that because I don't know what their intents are.
No, it will not.
What?
It will not be any curb cut. We will keep the same ones as we have right now. We will not create a new one.
Is there a curb cut or there's no curb cut currently?
None.
No,
There are none.
exactly. There's none.
Okay. Francisco, do we have to address the existing structure? Are they able to demolish the existing structure?
Yes, I received a letter from, I guess, the what is it? Sorry.
Historical, it's already
Yeah,
the,
it's already demolished. They
Already
sent me a letter
demolished.
and it's already demolished. There was no historical significance. Therefore it was demolished.
Okay, Dr. Gonzalez, so the application is to subdivide already vacant land. The question before the board obviously is how to deal with any proposed curb cut. There is no curb cut, and it sounded to me like the applicant is willing for a condition of approval of the subdivision to put in the resolution that there will be no curb cut sought for the lots.
Okay, any commissioners have any questions? Thank you, counsel, for that. That's my understanding as well. And Ms. Indri, is that okay with you that we put in the condition that there will be no curb cuts?
I believe we have also the owners online. If they wanna add anything, they are also on, it's Mr. and Mrs. Taralo on,
I see that their hand is raised.
yes.
Cameron, can you promote Mr. Sabato?
They're here. If you guys could just turn on your video.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, can you turn your video on?
I don't know if we can turn on our video. Here we go.
There you go. All right. Who's gonna be doing the talking?
That's
All right. So, Mr. Tarallo, I want to swear you in. All right. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Spell your name.
My name is Sabato Tuallo, Sabato. Turallo, Tarallo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Rallo.
I want to say there's a curb cut, there's an old driveway. That's what my driveway is going to be again.
There's an existing curb cut?
Yes.
Okay. Where on the, is it on which lot? I guess it's on the left side lot?
219, yes, on the left side.
Can we bring up that again? I mean, okay,
Yeah, give me 1 second just to pull it up again.
thank you. Because I thought you guys just said there were no curb cuts.
No, there is.
Okay, Mr. Corralo, thank you.
There will not be a new car cap, right?
No.
No new car cap. We still, everything was still the same.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Tarallo, because we want to be clear and I don't want you to not understand. So you're going to create 2 lots.
Yes, I'm going to create 2 lots, but I'm going to build on one for now, on the left side, at 219. And right there, there's a curb cut already. There's an old driveway. Yes, right there.
Okay, so Mr. Tarallo, you're going to have a driveway that only accesses that left side lot.
Yes.
The right side lot, you will not have a driveway for.
No, it's going to be on vacant land for now.
It's going to be the what? I'm sorry?
Vacant land.
Vacant.
Vacant land. Okay.
Yes.
But nobody's going to get a curb cut there.
For right now, no.
No, forever.
I don't know. What am I going to do with
I'm telling you that. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, there's not going to be no curb cut. Okay.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay. Because Chairman, obviously sometimes we move it.
Correct. But I think it's been stated on record pretty clearly that there will not be a curb cut there.
I don't know if they appreciate all the nuances, Chairman.
ये बंद कर दीजिए।
I agree.
Do you want me to explain what we
Yeah.
normally do?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Tarallo,
Speaking,
when we do these subdivisions
yes,
and you create two lots,
yes.
you can only get one curb cut. But sometimes we put it in the middle.
But now I'm gonna build on the left side and the curb is already cut. There's an older driveway there.
I understand.
So to build the other house, is not gonna have no driveway?
You cannot get a curb cut for each lot. That will not happen.
Mr. Tarallo, you can get one curb cut in the middle that will be shared by the two lots as they combine. But we will, if you want it on the left, you'll get one, but you're not going to be able to put one later.
So if you want to go through the expense of moving the existing, redoing the curb, putting the curb cut in the middle in between the two lots, you can do that. And then they can share the curb cut and each lot can have a driveway. That may cost you more money now, but may make the lots more valuable later.
But I can build the house the way I want then. Because if I'm gonna build the house with 3 feet on the left side and 2 feet on the right side,
right?
The garage is gonna be on the left side of the house, and the other one is gotta be on the right side of the house. So the curb has gotta be cut on the other side for the other house.
You may want to put them both on, on the center line. The garage, the driveway.
Yeah, but the house is not gonna be.
No, I know. He's saying that you'll pull in the
I gotta-
middle and then you'll go to the left to
gotta-
go into the driveway. You
I gotta
pull in the
build
middle.
Mr. Tarallo,
Speaking.
Mr. Tarallo, my advice to you is why don't you come back in 2 weeks and think about this?
I don't want to think about it. I already
Okay.
conversation because it's already 3 months that I'm waiting for this.
Okay.
And now I gotta
You want to
wait.
leave it the way it is and only have the driveway on the one lot? Where the curb cut is now?
Yeah, I wanted.
Okay. Okay.
Sounds good, Mr. Tarallo. We get it.
That's fine with me. But you are not going to get a curb cut on that right lot.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tarallo.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. All right.
So Chairman, for purposes of the record, as I understand it, we've got lot 219 and lot 221. 221 is on the right side, 219 is on the left side. There's an existing curb cut on the left side lot. Mr. Tarallo has testified that he understands that he could move the curb cut to the center and be able to provide access to both lots via one curb cut in the middle of the properties. Mr. Tarallo has stated that there is a existing curb cut on the left 219 lot. He intends to utilize that to build the house on the left side with one curb cut and a driveway. He understands that 221 on the right side of the property will not be provided a curb cut, and that is his wish, and he asked that the board consider that in granting the subdivision presented to the board tonight.
Thank you, counsel. That's very clear. Any questions from the commissioners or anyone unclear on what was just said? No? Okay.
Nope.
Pretty simple. Was there going to be any more testimony on this, or can we move to the public, Ms. Indri?
No more testimonies. We can move to the public.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to open up the public for case P21-121. This is 219 and 221 Columbia Avenue. Anyone from the public?
Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Seconded.
Okay, the public is closed. And who do we have? Oh, Francisco is the
Yeah,
planner.
it's mine. So staff recommends approval with conditions outlined in the staff report that was sent in February of the 14th. I did want to put on the record the third condition, but it seems like that has changed given that Mr. Toronto wanted it on the left side. So my staff condition was basically to, there shall be a deed restriction filed with the Jersey City's Law Department that forbids the construction of 2 curb cuts. Only one 10-inch curb cut may be permitted in the center of the newly created lot. However, I don't know how that will stand now that he wants it on the left.
Well,
But
so the
then-
way it's gonna stand now, Francisco, is
Mhm.
that restriction is going in place,
Okay.
except the
It'll just be
restriction
the
will
way he
be
wants.
only a curb cut on the left side.
Okay.
There will be no curb cut permitted on the right lot. That
Yeah.
will be a deed restriction. And Mr. Kapler, I don't know. I assume that we're gonna perfect this subdivision by way of deed. But clearly you wouldn't prepare the deed, you do the description. Who would handle the filing of the subdivision deed unless you're gonna do it by a map, Mr. Kaplan?
I will present it any way the client wishes. I will update the map to show the drop curb as mentioned. And then I will also provide deed descriptions to the client and advise him of such, but it's gonna be up to him how he wants to proceed.
So I don't know, and I'm speaking to you as the surveyor and a professional, Miss Indri, if I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize. Obviously, somebody's got to perfect the subdivision. With a 2-lot subdivision of this nature, that is usually done by way of a deed, subdivision deeds.
Yes,
I'm telling everybody this. If you know what to do, then fine, no problem. I'm just trying to help since there's no attorney involved, and I don't know who's going to be preparing deeds other than attorneys. So
I
trying to be
believe
helpful.
Mr. Tarallo's attorney will prepare the deed.
All right. So as long as everybody understands, the resolution is going to contain a condition that there are deed restrictions with respect to the curb cut. Curb cuts going on 219. There'll be no curb cut on 220. That's going to be a deed restriction.
I do understand, and I really I don't think Mr. Tarallo, with all my respects, is very clear, because if he wants to build in the other property, it will be, very difficult because there will be no driveway. So also the value of the property will be.
Exactly. Well,
He seemed
our,
to understand that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he didn't understand that. He understood that. He knows he can build on that lot. He knows that there is no driveway and there
Yes.
will be no on-site parking for that lot. He
and
gets
he-
it.
yeah, and he's agreed to that, so.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I guess Francisco, you're okay with going forward?
Yep.
Okay,
Chair,
I'll
I'd like to make
entertain-
a motion to approve case P21-121 as presented this evening to the board together with staff conditions.
Seconded.
Oh, was that a second?
Yep.
yes, there was a second.
Commissioner Horton,
Hear me? Aye. Sorry.
Okay. sorry. Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
okay. Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Council President Waterman,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, this could have been a little bit more cohesive in his presentation, I think, but I will vote aye.
All in favor. Motion carries all in favor, sorry.
Thank you, guys. How are you doing?
Maybe
Tired.
take 5
Thank
minutes right
you.
now.
Yes. Well, council, are we gonna say?
You said I'm
Councilman-
tired, but thanks for asking, Chairman.
I am too. And All right, good stuff. So we're gonna take
Oh,
5
you were
minutes.
talking to Mike.
No, sorry. He's the one that matters. All right, so 9:13, 9:18, 9:20. We'll be back, guys. All right. Commissioner Allen, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. And yourself?
Good. Thanks for helping out a little while ago.
No problem. No problem. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, we don't need Chris. I think we're gonna take a vote and we're gonna go mutiny on Chris. Commissioner.
Are you sure about that?
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not kidding about that at all. No, but we do. You don't need me or Chris anymore, guys. Seriously, between you all y'all, we're good.
No. Not at all.
Don't
Commissioner
believe
Warren seconding stuff and making motions, and Dr. Desai's getting,
We just want to move the agenda quickly, man.
Listen,
Yes.
I do too.
We are tired.
All right, everybody back on?
Yes, we're here.
Okay.
Chairman, this is the point in the evening where I do let you know that it is 9:30.
Yes, sir. So we are, how do we do this, council? It is getting to that time.
So we're up to case 16, which is Mr. Wine's case. Mr. Wine just shut his camera off, but he was there.
Yeah, good evening,
Don
Santo. I'm here.
Pepe's got his hand up.
Would you want to promote Mr. Pepe?
Promoted, Don.
Mr. Pepe, how are you?
Mr. Pepe, before we go to you, 1 second. Mr. Pepe, look at that haircut. Woo!
Well, I'd say the same, Santo, but
I'm gonna grow it out. Wait till you see it. Hey, Ben, what do you think? What do you got? 3 witnesses? How many witnesses?
I'm gonna make it easy on you guys. I have 1 witness this evening.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Case 17, I understand there is an interested party. So, Mr. Pepe, obviously, we're not getting to you.
yeah, I was an optimist for a while, but it looks that way.
So
Yeah, if I could be carried and preserve my notice, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
So Chairman, I guess the real question is, we're not going to get to Don, as much of an optimistic as he is and I am. I just don't see us. Is Gene O'Connell on? Is Gene out there? There he is.
Promoting Gene.
Mr. O'Connell.
Yes.
Hi.
Hey.
Gene,
Hello,
I've seen you all over the TV. I was shocked that you were here tonight.
You know, well, I have some bad news and sad news for the city of Jersey City. Unfortunately, this afternoon, Elnardo Webster, who was really the tremendous basketball player for St. Peter's and did so much for the young kids in Jersey City with his after-school program through St. Peter's University, had passed away this afternoon. And
no,
I hate to give everybody that sad news, but he was a tremendous individual. Great
No
human being.
way.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
Senior, right? Senior.
yes, of
Okay.
course.
The senior.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I went to Rutgers.
exactly. Yeah.
They got.
So sorry to hear.
Yeah, I know. I know,
That's
guys.
a real downer.
Great gentleman,
Yeah, exactly, Steve.
complete gentleman.
Yep.
He's in our prayers, Gene.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. I'll tell his family.
All
And I
right,
know
so what do you guys want to do? You want to carry at this point? You want to stick around? We're not going to start an application after 10. So I don't see how we get to you, but
let us, let's stick around. I'll tell you why, because we had both the SID meeting with the Central SID, and we had a community meeting about a month ago. And there was the only comment was a little bit more landscaping in the rear yard. So I
All
don't
right,
think we'd,
you want to stick around,
I'll stick
Don?
around and
Let's
maybe
do
we'll
that.
get hurt.
Okay,
Okay, thanks, guys.
thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay.
Don, you can stick around and get punted in, an hour. I don't see it happening for you, but I'm okay with you sticking around.
Well, Santo, it's 9:40 and you don't hear anything you don't start a new app after 10.
Correct.
Make it. So thank you. And if I can get carried with preservation, I'd be grateful. And thank you all for your time.
Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Mr. Pepe.
So for everybody out there in the public, that is case P22-031 and P22-032. Case 20 and 21 on the agenda, 286 and 296 Cole Street is that first case for Mr. Pepe. And P22-032 is 258 to 282 16th Street, 311 and 312 17th Street, and 305 Cole Street. And that is also being carried to the April 5th meeting with preservation of notice. So if you got notice, there will be no further notice. This is your notice. And that application P22-031 and P22-032 are being carried to the April 5th meeting with no further notice. Okay, Chairman, let's hear Mr. Wine's case, and then we will come back to
O'Connell.
and hopefully get to Mr. Connell's case after.
Perfect. Okay, good. Mr. Wine, you are up.
All right, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Hope everybody's doing well this evening. Benjamin Wine of Prime and Tuvel, attorney for the applicant Palisade Development LLC. The application before you this evening is for a property located at 573 Palisade Avenue. That's block 2304, lot 24, and it's located in the R2D zone, kind of that Palisade district zone. It is an interior lot located on the west side of Palisade between Congress and South Street, which you'll see when our project architect shares the plans. Currently, it contains a single family residence, and it's an oversized, roughly 4,000 square foot lot. There are varying residential uses around the site with varying shapes, size, and densities. And the nature of this application is for preliminary and final major site plan approval. It's a proposed 4-story mixed-use development that will consist of 7 residential dwelling units, including 6 above ground, 1 on grade level, and as well as some ground floor retail space. Additionally, there will be residential outdoor amenity space, including a common roof deck, which again, you'll see in detail. We are also proposing to improve the site as well as within the right of way per comments and per general good practice and as per Jersey City standards. I do want to note that I indicated before there's only one witness this evening because we are a fully compliant development. There's no variances sought as part of this application. Notwithstanding that, while we're fully compliant, we did submit a traffic impact statement, a shadow study, and a visual impact assessment to provide the board and planning staff with some more information in connection with our proposal. But you're welcome to look at those. But I don't believe the testimony is necessary, although both those professionals, Lee Klein and Sam Bellamy from Dresden Robin, are available if you do have any questions. I will lastly indicate that the proposed project will not have any impact on unique scenic features or scenic corridors identified in the Jersey City Master Plan. And we have received both the engineering and staff reports and take no exception, have no issue complying with both of those. So with me this evening, unless you have any questions of me, my only witness is Mukti Bajaj, who's our project architect, and she'll walk you through the site plan and the architectural plan.
Mr. Wine, just a little housekeeping. I haven't received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application here this evening. It was for the February meeting and was carried with preservation notice to this evening's meeting. So that does appear to be in order, and we'll mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lampy. All right, so Mukti, are you out there?
She is, and I'll just swear in, all right? Hi, Mukti.
Yeah.
You raise your right hand.
Hi.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Mukti Bajaj. It's Mukti as in Mukti and Bajaj as in Bajaj.
Thank you.
And Ms. Bajaj, you've been, you've testified in front of our board before.
Yes, I did.
Yes, I remember. And your license is current?
Yes, my license is correct.
Okay, you're qualified.
Thank you. We'll just
All
go
right,
ahead and share the screen.
Yep. And Mukti, as you do that and as the plans come up, I'll just ask you to confirm that you did oversee all of the project design in connection with this application and the plans that the board is reviewing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So this is a very simple project. This is just 573 Palisade Avenue, and the block is 2304, and the lot is 24. This particular property is in between Congress Street and South Street, and this is an R-2D Palisade mixed-use zone. What we are proposing here is a 4-story, 7-unit building with 1 retail on the first floor. There are no variances being requested. The project does comply with all the bulk and yard requirements. Sorry about that. The front yard required is none, and 0 has been proposed. There is no side yard requirement. We have 3 feet setback for the windows on the left-hand side. The rear yard required is, on the first floor, required is 5 feet, and 10 feet has been proposed. On the upper floor, required is 30, and we have proposed 30 feet. Also, there are no parking required, and no parking has been proposed. The lot and the building coverage also, it complies. 95% is required, where the building coverage is only 79.58%, and the lot coverage 100% is permitted, and what we have is approximately 97%. So the site area is 4,000 square feet. The lot width is 40 and the depth is 100. The total gross area of the proposed building is 10,890 square feet.
And Mukti, if I can just stop you for 1 second, if you can just explain what the trigger was, why this is a major site plan versus a minor site plan.
It's because of the gross area is over 5,000 square feet, and that is one of the requirements. And
just to clarify, you mean over 10,000 is what puts us into major territory?
Yeah, sorry, about 10,000 square feet.
Okay, no problem.
So the gross area on the first floor is 3,138 square feet, and the upper floor, second, third, and fourth floor are typical plans, and their gross area on each floor is 2,584 square feet.
All right, so Mukti, why don't you walk the board through what's currently there, the existing conditions, and then ultimately what we are proposing.
Yeah. So the A2 sheet shows the survey where you see there's a 2.5-story single family house, and there was a garage at the back with a curb cut. So this depressed curb will be filled in, and this existing 2-story structure will be demolished. And this is the proposed site plan, which is the A3 sheet. And on this, you see the proposed drawing. I'll just zoom in. So we have, so building is detached, but we have a 0 feet setback on the right-hand side, and there's 3 feet 1 on the left of the building. The 0 is on the front, and the back, we have a 10 feet setback. This patio area will be used for the unit number 1. And we have also proposed some privacy planters in the back of the building. The stormwater detention system has been proposed for this building as well. And there are 2 street trees in compliance with the forestry standards in the front of the building. Directly jump to A8 sheet. So this on the lower side, this is the first floor plan. So the commercial entrance is towards the south side of the property, and the main entrance to the residential is on the right-hand side, which is towards the north of the property. So the front commercial square foot area is approximately 820 square feet, And behind the commercial, we have one handicap. Actually, all the apartments in this building are handicapped because there is an elevator in the building. The back unit is 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and it's approximately 1,300 square feet. The cellar has been proposed in this building. The elevator has been extended to the cellar because there's a recycle room for the residential and the commercial in the cellar being provided. There's also a 800 square feet storage for the cellar. There are some storage cubicles which are provided for the 7 units, 6 bike parking, and the mechanical is proposed in the cellar area. Like I mentioned, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor are pretty typical plans. The approximate area of this unit is 930 square feet. All these units are 2-bedroom, 2-bath. The back unit, so the 1st floor extends almost 90 feet, which is permitted in the zone. And the upper floor, we have a requirement of 30 feet setback. So on the back, on the 2nd floor, there's a terrace which will be utilized by the unit number 2B, or the back unit. So that's the 4th floor. And then we have a common rooftop deck, which will be a common recreation space, which will be accessible for all the units. Along the rooftop deck is approximately 760 square feet. Also in the front, we have a green roof being proposed, which is approximately 460 square feet. There's some planters, boxes, and the compressors for all the 6 units and the commercial will be on the roof as well. The compressor for the unit number 1 will be in the back, and unit number 2 will be on the terrace area. So this is a proposed facade for this building. On this Palisade Avenue, there's a mix of traditional bricks. Some buildings have siding. In this, we wanted to, we have proposed a traditional brick, but at the same time, introduce some modern elements. So this is a light beige brick with a black speckles on them, and at the same time, we have introduced this modern elements in between, which is the laser cut railing. So this center portion has a Juliet balcony, which is just recessed 18 inches approximately on the plans. And then these are the casement and the fixed glass windows, and the laser cut railing has been proposed as a decorative element in front of those windows as well. So the left of the building shows the commercial entrance, which has a retail sign on the wood panel, and the entrance to the main building is on the right. To differentiate the entrance of a commercial and from a residential, the residential entrance has been recessed by 3 feet, which also creates kind of a canopy on the top. And it has also, we have proposed a beige cladding for the recessed portion of the main entrance to the building.
And Mukti, just while you're on that sheet, I see you're proposing retail signage. I understand we don't have a tenant yet, so that's just generic retail signage that will comply with the code.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And one more thing, Mukti, I'm sorry, Santo, this is Mr. Lampe, this is for you. We did submit this 10 days in advance. I don't believe it made it up onto the website. So while planning did have it, just to be abundantly cautious, I'm happy to have this marked as A2 if that suits you.
Yes, is this the only item, or is it multiple sheets?
It's just this one rendering.
All right, we'll mark it as A2. It's a rendering of the proposed building.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Sorry,
have a
Mukti, please
date,
go on.
so A2.
Yep.
This is the same rendering, and this is just the 2D of that. This is the brick which has been chosen, a light beige with a light, same color mortar and a and the second image was the cladding, which was for the main entrance of the building. So on the right-hand side where we have a 0 lot line there, we are proposing a stucco with a patterned or monochromatic pattern of stucco on the right-hand side. And on the left and the back of the building will be finished with light gray siding for the upper floors and light gray stucco for the lower first floor area. All the windows will be double hung for the side and the back of the building, and they will be in the black frame. I think that pretty much concludes my testimony. I'm more than happy to answer any question.
Yeah, just one follow-up and then I'll turn it over. But in terms of fire safety, can you just discuss the building real quick?
So the proposed building will have, obviously it has the 2 means of egress, which are 2 staircases. The building will have a sprinkler system and all the units will be ADA accessible.
Thank you, Mukti. Mr. Chairman, I have nothing further for Ms. Bajaj.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Mukti?
No.
Nope, okay.
Nope.
Mr. Wine?
That Mukti being my only witness, unless there's any members of the public, I don't believe I need to really sum up beyond asking that the board grant the application as presented, but I'll reserve a formal closing just in case there are any members of the public.
Thank you, counsel. I will now open for the public. This is case P21-128, 573 Palisade Avenue. Is there anyone from the public who wants to speak? I think there is a hand raised.
Voting Kern.
Mr. Weissman, you are currently muted. There you go.
Hey, Karen, how you doing? I'll swear you in, all right?
Yep, absolutely.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And now that you're sworn in, we have to ask, are you driving?
I'm parked, fortunately.
All right, great. Thank you. Could you just state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's Kern, K-E-R-N, last name Weissman, W-E-I-S-S-M-A-N.
Thank you.
And Mr. Weissman, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought we had 5, no?
No, that's under a different chairman rule. We do 3 here.
Okay, that's unexpected, and I was expecting to have 5, but not that I need it right on this particular one. But I have a couple of questions and then a comment. So I'm within 200 feet. I live directly across the street at 576 Palisade Avenue. So I have, the first one is a question. I'm wondering why. So I was involved in the rezoning of the R2D along Palisade Ave, and I remember that, one of the purposes that planning explained, that Jersey City Planning explained for allowing the 95% lot coverage even on smaller lots was to allow for larger retail spaces. So I'm just curious, I'd like to ask the applicant why it's such a small retail space, because the whole idea was that Palisade could use larger, more flexible retail spaces. 800 plus square feet doesn't seem very flexible, and it seems like they could have done more. I'm just curious as to why this was kept to such a small retail space.
I'm happy to answer, but I'm not sure if I don't want to eat into your 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So you have any more questions, Mr. Weissman?
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. You'll answer. And then the other question is there sound screens around the units on the roof, the AC units? If they're not, would they be willing to put them in? And then the last question is, or comment that I'll make is, we've seen a number of buildings in the neighborhood where they put in compliant tree pits, but they haven't maintained the tree pits. I'd love to understand who directly for the property is going to be watering those trees for 2 years, so that we can ensure that the trees are healthy and thrive. We've seen a lot of, probably a dozen trees around me have died on new development properties. So thank you. I'd love to, I'll take those answers now, so that way I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Weissman. We'll definitely get those answered.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Chairman, do you want to see if there's anyone else before I respond, or?
No, you can go ahead and respond to him, and then we'll open
Okay.
the way.
All right, so Mr. Weissman, thank you for bringing up those questions. I'll go a little bit out of order, but just answer them, I think, in order of ease. So Regarding the sound screens, I'll defer to the project architect, but I'm sure she can answer, and I'm sure that's a pretty standard practice, but I'll defer to her. In terms of why no more retail, I mean, you know, unfortunately, I'm I'm the advocate for the applicant, but in terms of actual financials, and I presume they ran their pro forma, and the goal with this project was to prepare an as of right, fully compliant site plan application, which is what we've done, and we discussed that, you know, with the city planner, with Mallory, to ensure we received a report, and in fact there are no variances. So with respect specifically to why it was 820 square feet versus it could have been a little bit more, you know, obviously the goal was to put a residential unit on the ground floor, which again is fully compliant with the zoning standards. So I can't, you know, answer your question directly, but I will just say that again, the goal was to come up with a compliant development that obviously works for the developer, and that's what we did. In terms of maintaining the tree pits, so, you know, we can put them in as part of the application. Technically, they are located within a city right of way. So, you know, to the extent that we have any control over them, we can certainly, you know, do our best to maintain, but being that they are located within the right of way, you know, we are limited in scope of what we can and can't do post approval. And then lastly, I think the only other question was regarding screens. So I'll defer back to Mukti if she can. Mukti, I don't know if you want to bring up the plans or if it's just a simple answer.
It is a simple answer, but I'll just still bring up the plans. So all the compressors, whether it's, oh, sorry about that. I think I bought the wrong screen. So you can see the screen, right?
Yes.
So all the compressors have a screen around them, and we have a detail on the drawing. So yes, all the compressors will have screen.
Okay. All right, perfect. So I believe that was all the questions from Mr. Weissman. I hope I didn't miss anything.
I think that's correct, Council. All right, anyone else from the public?
Motion to close the public session.
Second.
Okay, public is now closed. And Mallory? You're muted.
Thank you. Staff does not have any additional comments. It is an as of right application. So we do recommend approval with standard conditions. I have shared those on the conditions of approval memo with Mr. Wine.
Thank you, Mallory. And you're okay with that, Mr. Wine?
Yes, both that and the engineering comments.
Perfect.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-128 as presented to the board this evening for approval with staff recommendation as well.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Take a
Okay.
roll call.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Council President Waterman,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
and Acting Chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Wine.
you.
Okay, I'll call, next case is case P21-107, final major site plan, 10, address is 10-14 South Street. Hey, Mr. Chair, I'm actually, Council, did we talk about case 19 on the agenda, Mr. Joseph Caporale? It's 297-301 First Street. We probably will not be getting to them.
So that was Mr. Joseph's, I don't know, so Mr. Joseph still out there?
I'm looking for him.
I don't know that we solidified that he was moving.
Doesn't look like he's on.
Okay.
I see him out there.
From Steven's office. I'm handling that case.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, so we'd like to carry with preservation of notice at this point.
Okay, sir.
thank you, Mr. Lee. You waive time for the board to act.
Yes.
Very good.
And we'll put you on for the April 5th, Mr. Lee.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too. Okay, do we
So
have?
for members of the public that are in attendance, case P21-158. Excuse me, it's a minor subdivision, address 297-301 First Street. That matter is being carried to April 5th. There will be no further notice. Notice is being preserved. This is your notice.
Thank you, Council. Now we have Mr. Harrington up.
Okay, thank you. One point, Council, one question is, we received correspondence from an attorney representing a
We're
owner
going
of
to
an
talk about
adjacent-
that right now, Commissioner.
Right.
So before we get into this application, Mr. Chairman, it is 10 o'clock. I don't believe we're going to get past this application, but for purposes of the rest, they can sit and wait, but I want to be clear that I don't see us getting past Mr. Harrington.
Yes.
That
I
being
agree.
said, Mr. Harrington, good evening. How are you tonight?
Good, thank you.
If we could promote I don't know who Ethan is. Let's promote Ethan. Is he with you, Mr. Harrington?
No,
And did you promote counsel? Yes, there she is. Good evening, counsel.
Evening.
Counsel, is Ethan with you?
I don't know who that is.
Why don't we promote this Ethan Boomas? And for everybody's name that I'm butchering tonight, I apologize.
Ethan declines.
Okay, that makes it even easier. So now we've got everybody we need. Good evening to everybody. Let's start with some general housekeeping, Chairman. This is the application for a final major site plan, 10-14 South Street. It's case P21-107. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing. This matter was originally scheduled back in February. It has been carried with preservation of notice. I've reviewed the notice. It appears to be in order. We're going to mark it A1 for identification purposes. Mr. Harrington, I note that you were copied on a correspondence sent by counsel. Counsel, can we have your appearance for purposes of the record?
Yeah, Cynthia Hagianis, and I'm representing a condominium association, 560 Palisade Ave Condominium Association. It's immediately adjacent to the proposed development.
And Ms. Hagianis, we obviously received your correspondence today. Mr. Harrington, did you receive Mrs. Hagianis's correspondence today?
I did receive it. I also provided a response. I submitted that to planning and asked that it be distributed to the commissioners.
Okay.
We
In
haven't
fairness,
received
Mr.
a
Harrington,
We have
Say it
not
again?
received a response. We have two correspondence from Ms. Hagianis, which I've read, but have yet to receive Mr. Harrington's. I have not received it.
That's
I
correct.
did not see Mr. Harrington's either.
I have not either.
Be that as it may, Mr. Harrington, as I understand Mrs. Hagianis's correspondence, Mrs. Hagianis raises some concerns and is alleging that there's some interpretation and or challenge that she would want to bring in this matter. So the best thing to do for purposes of the record, Chairman, is we're going to allow Mrs. Hagianis to place her position on the record. We will hear Mr. Harrington's response to that. I've already read, received, and am prepared to deal with this issue. So quite frankly, I don't know what Mr. Harrington's position is going to be, but I have a feeling I know what it is, and it probably is going to align with my understanding of the law and the case law, but with that being said, Mrs. Hagianis, you can place your position on the record and we will deal with it accordingly.
Thank you,
But
Council.
could I just say something before we start? I did receive her letter.
Her letter, yes.
I did, okay. I
I
didn't know.
did not receive Mr. Harrington's response to
right,
her letter. We all got her letter, yes. Thank you, Council President. And if I'm shouting, it's because I'm concerned about my audio. I don't mean to yell at anybody.
Okay. So good evening, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Lampy, for giving me the chance to state my objections and the position on the interpretation on the record. So, and thank you, commissioners, for reading the correspondence today, because I know this isn't the type of thing you're used to considering. I've looked very carefully at this application and at our zoning ordinance as it applies to this application. I believe there are some issues of ordinance interpretation that have to do with height and with setbacks. The height issue is jurisdictional, so I'd like to address that first. I think we have to sort it out before the applicant can proceed. And I've spent more time than I would care to analyzing this. I think I have got it figured out. So that the applicant is applying for a 5-story building in the R2D district. And if the applicant is allowed to do the 5 stories under the current zoning, then the planning board has jurisdiction. If the applicant is not allowed to do 5 stories under the R2D zoning, then the planning board does not have jurisdiction. And it is our position that the applicant is not allowed to do 5 stories under the current zoning, and the applicant would need a D variance and can only get a D variance from the zoning board of adjustment. So let me talk about the ordinance a little bit so you can see why we're interpreting the ordinance this way.
So Mr. Hagianis, before we get into your interpretation of the ordinance, let's clarify a couple of things. There's already been a determination. That determination has been made both by the zoning officer and the planning department, and this application has been sent to this board. So let's just deal with the municipal.
There's no zoning officer determination that the planning board has jurisdiction over this application.
Okay.
I asked for everything that he did on this file. There's a historic preservation. There's kind of an old letter where he talks about what the zoning requirements are, but it was predated this application. So there was no zoning permit or zoning determination. And the planner's determination is not authoritative. I mean, the planner has no authority to decide what variances are required on any application.
The board's going to determine that, but the application is here.
Yeah.
It's been presented to this body that it is for the preliminary and final site plan as set forth, and jurisdiction is before this body.
Right, but I'm objecting to this board having jurisdiction.
I understand that, but my question is, aren't you out of time to object? This application?
What? No,
was
absolutely.
laid back in February.
There is no time limit on jurisdictional objections, number one. Number two, Mr. Harrington, I mean, he can explain what his letter says, but I think he misunderstood what I was requesting. I was not challenging any zoning determination where there is a 20-day time limit to challenge. I think it would make sense for this board to allow this to be presented to the zoning board for an interpretation, but in the event they don't do so, I'm voicing my jurisdictional objection on the record. There's no timeliness component to a jurisdictional objection, and the planners, there's no zoning officer decision that was made on this application, and the planner's idea about what variances may or may not be required under the ordinance is essentially a legal analysis that I would like to give to the board right now.
But we're not at that stage in the proceeding yet. So let's talk about procedurally where we're at, which is the application is before the board. You are challenging its jurisdiction based on your interpretation of the ordinance
Yeah.
and the allegation that a D variance is required.
Yeah.
That's your position.
That's exactly
The-
right, yes.
The board's planning staff's position is a D variance is not required. I suspect that Mr. Harrington agrees with that since he's in front of the board. And whether or not there's a time component to allege that and challenge that to the zoning board, right, is 20 days. We all agree with that.
No, there are, so the zoning board has jurisdiction or they have the power to hear an A appeal, which is an appeal of a zoning officer's determination. That is not at issue here. There is a time limit for that.
What's
I
the
am
time
not
limit?
challenging any zoning officer determination. There is a B appeal, which is a request for an interpretation. There is no time component to request the zoning board to interpret the zoning ordinance.
I disagree.
That
with
can
that.
be requested at any point in time.
I disagree with that. Mr. Harrington?
Yes, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I'll be brief. In the letter that I provided to the planning division, I did copy Ms. Hajianis on it as well. My position is that it's out of time, and that the reason why we presented this project to the community at a meeting on February 22nd. We went through, how we concluded what the lot lines or the yards are, the front yard, the rear yard, the side yard. We explained that we went through this thoroughly with the planning division too. That's how we got here. This is not just something that was randomly decided. So the objectors, Ms. Hajianis, knew about that as of February 22nd. We are well past the 20 days. I believe that you have 20 days to take an appeal on that. And here on the day of the hearing, they're requesting that. So I think they're out of time to do, to appeal that and move, try to adjourn this presentation tonight. And I say that because the appeal issues that, Ms. Hajian is right, a jurisdictional issue. There is no time limit, but these are appeal issues. These are, if Ms. Hajianis and her clients, after this hearing, if it's approved, they have the right to take an appeal through a prerogative writ. So that's their remedy here, not to stop this just because they disagree with the interpretation of the planning department and our, my professional staff, that these are the setbacks or these are the yards that are applicable under the ordinance. So we have a right to go forward with that. And then if they disagree, they can make their case before this board and maybe they convince you otherwise. Or if the board, whether they deny it or approve it, both parties have a right to go to the next level. But I think this would just.
Mr. Harrington, I just want to clarify something. The meeting back in February was with the interested party that's being represented by council?
That's correct. And council was there as well.
And the question of the height and the measurement of the height vis-a-vis the ordinance was addressed at that meeting and discussed at that meeting?
Well, I don't know if we specifically talked about the height. We talked about what is the front yard here, because this is an irregular flag corner lot. So you'll see that it's unique. So we went through how we determine what the front yard lot line is, what the rear is, and what the side is. And in the R2D, depending on the width of the lot, you can have 4 stories or 5 stories. And I'd submit either way. If in Ms. Hajiana's analysis, I think she wants 2 fronts and 2 rear. And I think either way would give you the 5 stories. But I don't agree with the analysis, because there's, the what she, refers to in her papers. It's the lot line along South Street is
Yeah,
second.
I don't want
front
Mr.
facade.
Harrington characterizing the argument I intend to make right now. I'd like to
Okay.
make that argument
Well,
myself.
Well, I just point out that there's in the ordinance, there is what's called, on a corner lot, you have a front yard lot line, and then you have
Mr.
a
Harrington, my
secondary. You have a secondary front facade that is the other side is treated as a secondary front facade, not as a secondary front yard. And that's, I think, where Ms. Hajiana's
Mr.
missing.
Harrington, I don't want to get into the argument. What I want to clarify is this was actually part and parcel of the meeting in February.
That's correct.
I'm going to have to jump in and disagree. I observed that meeting. I did not say one word at the
You
meeting.
didn't participate? Is
It
that
was a
your position,
community
counsel?
meeting. It was a community meeting where the plans were presented to the community. They were revised thereafter. Revised plans were submitted last week. I think the applicant was still deciding what to do at that point. And I did not speak one word at that meeting. I only observed. So to characterize that as somehow.
Okay, counsel, but your client was there. Mr. Harrington, when was the application filed?
But I think the time limit's irrelevant, but you can discuss it all you want.
Okay, counsel, then I'm prepared to rule. My ruling is the application to go forward, jurisdiction before this board.
I mean, the board
And
has
that's
to
it.
make it,
That's
the
my
board
ruling.
the board makes a decision about, maybe the board wants to listen to you, but they can decide. They
Thank
should
you,
probably
counsel.
vote on jurisdiction themselves.
So this is how we're going to do it, counsel. Chairman, it's my position that jurisdiction is before this board, that the application move forward, that Mr. Harrington present the application. Council will have the opportunity to call witnesses and to examine the witnesses with respect to the application being presented. And planning staff will be afforded the opportunity to provide testimony, as they always are, in any matter before the board. And that's my counsel to the board. The board obviously has the ability to disregard my advice and act however the board seems and deems fit. But it is my legal opinion that jurisdiction is proper before the board. The variants are as called out by planning and as noticed in the application, and that the board move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Olampi. I agree with you in my understanding of this. This is above what our pay grade is in terms of the legality of it, but it is my understanding, having been in the board for 10 years, just a basic understanding that this, and again, you're the one that we look to. This jurisdiction is before this board, and the variances sought are under planning. I will open it up to the commissioners to see if there's any discussion, any questions. If there are no dissents, then we will move forward and hear Mr. Harrington's case. Anyone, commissioners, any ideas, any thoughts, any questions?
Yeah, to your point, Dr. Gonzalez, jurisdiction is out of my expertise, and our counsel has opined. I think that to both other counsels, the one who's representing the applicant and the one who's representing the contestation, I think that when we get to the point after hearing whether or not it's 4 or 5 stories that can go up, we'll hear from Mallory and we'll hear from counsel as to the legality, and Ms. Hajianis will, I suspect, also have another opportunity to state her case, and I think we can go forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Lipsky. Anyone else? I think actually if we can call on every commissioner just to make sure that we have no issues, I'd like to actually do that personally as leading the board here today. So if we can have, Mallory, is that you? If you could just call every commissioner and say if they have no problem going forward with this, I think that would help.
Sure. I just want to clarify that vote aye would be in favor of moving forward to hear the application. Alan?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Lipsky?
Based on council's recommendation, I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
Aye.
Commissioner Horton?
Under the advice of council and the arguments presented, I vote aye.
Council President Waterman?
Yes, I think we should hear the case.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin?
Definitely, I think we should hear the case.
And Acting Chairman Gonzalez?
I think we should hear the case. Aye.
Okay, all in favor of proceeding.
Okay, Mr. Harrington.
Okay, thank you. And just give a brief overview and I'll hand it off to our experts. Just for the record, the property is in the R2D district. It is an irregular corner flag lot located at the corner of Palisade Avenue and South Street. It backs up to Ogden Avenue as well. So it has unique features that you'll see as part of this presentation. The application is for a 5-story building with 10 residential units and 9 parking spaces. There's also a historic preservation restoration element as part of this application that you'll see as part of it. And the applicant is asking for variances related to the rear yard setback, the building coverage, and the drive aisle width. The lot is approximately 5,986 square feet. As was noted in our prior discussion, we did present to the community back in February 22nd. At that time, we did carry it a couple of meetings because we were working on revisions. Those revisions are what are being presented today because we presented changes that would address additional light and air, which we think makes it. We hope we addressed many of the community's concerns, but obviously they're here tonight is to have their questions and comments on that. So I have 3 witnesses tonight, but I'm going to do it in like 4 segments. I'm going to have Mr. Modesto is going to take you just through the site quickly. Then I'm going to have Mr. Collin come up and address this lot line question and walk you through it because I think that's important for the board to see. How this all is figured out. Then Mr. Vandermark will walk you through the project, and then Mr. Collin will come back and address the requested variances. So with that said, I'm going to ask for Jake. Is he up here? Jake Modesto.
Raised his hand.
Promoting Jake.
And Jake, I'll swear you in, all right? Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yep, Jake Modesto with last name Modestow.
Thank you.
With Stonefield Engineering and Design.
And Mr. Modesto has been qualified in the past before this board in civil engineering, and I'd offer him in that regard as well.
Mr. Modesto, your license is current today?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you're qualified.
Okay, Mr. Modesto, could you take us through the site for the benefit of the board?
Yeah, of course. I'm going to share my screen. Property is located at block 2402, lot 1. Can everyone see my screen? You should be seeing the aerial map from the plan submitted, prepared by my office, dated 3/5/2022.
So we're just looking at the zoning tabulation portion of the plan.
All right, hold on.
Seems that you're zoomed in on that portion.
Just using the wrong screen. Sorry, guys. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Beautiful. All right, so now this is the plan submitted by my office, 3/5/2022. We're zoomed into the aerial map just to generally locate the board with the property located, we'll call it on the east side of the intersection of Palisade Ave and South Street. The property is irregularly shaped. As you can note, it has frontage on Palisades Ave, just over 30 feet of frontage on Palisades Ave. We have over 100 feet of frontage on South Street. With the property just under 6,000 square feet, sitting at 5,986 total square feet. The entire lot is essentially all impervious surface, comprised of three main components when it comes to the buildings. It's just the Mo's Tackle building facing Palisades and South Street. There is two other structures, about 2 stories, that more or less abut what I'll call is the northern property line, abutting some of the properties just to the north of us. It really contains around both of the lot lines away from South Street and Palisades Ave. Along South Street, there is an existing curb cut which accesses two driveways to the building located, we'll call it nestled away from South Street. This driveway is approximately 34 feet. And what the applicant is looking to do as part of the project is raise everything on site and propose a new 5-story building. I'm just going to take the board through some of the ground floor retail, the ground floor, and then Mr. Vandermark will take it from there. We're proposing approximately
Jake,
1,000.
if I can interrupt you, just for clarification, we are keeping the facade of the existing historic building, correct?
Correct, and that was the one facing South Street. Mr. Vandermark will be able to show that very clearly in his elevations, but we're proposing 1,000 square feet of retail in the portion facing Palisades Ave. We will be consolidating the driveway, reducing it in size down to a single ingress-egress driveway that'll feed our 9 parking spaces located on the ground level. We'll have 27 bike parking spaces located on the first floor level. We'll be proposing 3 street trees, 1 on Palisades Ave, 2 on South Street. With consolidating that driveway, we do essentially pick up 1 on-street parking space as part of the project. From a stormwater perspective, we are proposing an underground detention system. This will be a concrete structure just under 5,000 gallons in total net size, allowing us to reduce the amount of runoff coming from the site. Currently on site, there is no no existing stormwater infrastructure. So this project will be an improvement from that. In addition, there is a green roof as part of the project. So that is another water quality and water quantity measure that will be proposed as part of the project. All utility connections are proposed along South Street. That's kind of it from a top-down perspective from an engineering side. I can answer any questions the board has.
Thank you, Mr. Medisto. Any questions from the commissioners?
No.
Okay. Council?
Okay. Then I can move on with Mr. Colling at this point in time.
Hi, Ed. I'll swear you in, all right? Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
First name is Edward, Edward. Last name is Colling, Kolling. Licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey. My license is current.
Thank you, Mr. Colling. You're qualified.
Okay, so Mr. Colling, as I noted earlier, you're up here now to kind of walk the board through the lot lines and how they're defined. Do you need an exhibit there to help with that?
If
I can
Anthony,
pull it up if you want.
okay, that would be perfect. This exhibit is in the plans as submitted under the MVMK architectural plans, and it's essentially the survey of the existing conditions on the property. And first I'll go through the definitions of the lot lines, front, rear, and side. The definition within the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance for the front lot line for a corner lot is that by definition, it's the lesser street frontage is the front lot line. And in this case, that would be Palisade Avenue. The frontage along Palisade Avenue, as you can see, is a little bit under 30 feet, 29.89. And the
Anthony, I'm sorry, Anthony, could you just scroll on there to show everybody what Ed's referring to? Thank you.
right, so you can see there's a little comment about it there being a brick facade along the street frontage, and the dimension is 29.89 as indicated on the street there. So that's just under 30 feet. And then if you look on the South Street side of the property that extends down South Street, that frontage is 100 feet. So obviously and clearly, the front of this corner lot, this front lot line is the Palisade Avenue frontage. The next definition we have to look at is the rear lot line. And that simply is that it's defined as the line opposite and most distant from the front property line. So the lot line that is opposite the front property line is the easternmost property line that you can see Anthony's cursor on there. And that line measures 90 feet, and it's roughly parallel to the front property line. And so that is the rear property line.
So Mr. Colling, if I can just interrupt for a minute. The rear property line, according to your testimony, is the shared property line with lot 25.01, 25.02, and 25.03 on the exhibit that is being shown. And Mr. Harrington, for purposes of the record, I'm going to ask that we mark this exhibit as A2. Mr. Vandermark, can you identify it in your package, what the sheet is in your package, so that we just can keep it very clear for the record?
Yes, the submission drawing package that the board has on file, it is sheet Z3. In the whole entire slide presentation, which I think we should mark A2, it is noted as existing site survey and as slide number 5.
Okay, so let's mark the slide as A3, just so we keep the record clean, but A2 will be slide number 5 of A3 and sheet Z. I'm sorry.
Sheet
Mr.
C3 of the submission package.
Thank you. This is the existing survey sheet.
Okay, Mr. Collin, if you could continue.
Okay, so the next lot line, or the next definition that we want to speak about is for the side lot line. And that's defined very simply as any lot line other than a front or rear lot line. So every other lot line on this property, other than the front, which we now know is Palisade Avenue, and other than the rear, which we know adjoins the properties that front onto Ogden Avenue, the rear of those properties, every other lot line is a side lot line. That would include the frontage along South Street, and it would also include the lot lines along the northern side of the property, which extends approximately 50 feet from Palisade Avenue toward the east, then turns to the north and extends approximately 60 feet, and then turns again to the east and extends to the rear property line. So it's an irregular property line, but that's one side, South Street's the other, and that's pretty much it. You can see it's very simple. We have a front, we have a rear, and the rest are our sides.
Again, Mr. Colling, I hate to do it this way, but for purposes of the record, your testimony is that the property line that is adjacent to lot 3 on Exhibit A2, and the 2 property lines that are adjacent to Lot 2 on Exhibit A2 are all side property lines.
That is correct.
In additional, I'm sorry, Mr. Lampy, go ahead.
And in addition, the entire length of South Street, that property line. So this property has 4 sidelines.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Harrington.
Well, I think, Mr. Colling, if you don't have anything further, I defer to the board if you have any questions of Mr. Colling.
Commissioners, anyone?
Chairman, it's only fair to allow counsel to question Mr. Colling as to his testimony as to the defining of the lot lines and what was testified to by Mr. Colling on direct. So, counsel, I'll turn it over to you to question Mr. Colling on his testimony thus far, with the understanding that he'll obviously be testifying further on in the presentation.
Understood.
Ms. Hajjanis,
Um,
go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, understood. So, Mr. Colling, are you familiar with the supplementary zoning regulations in the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with section 345-60.C.6?
Yes, I am.
And I just want to read it out loud. It says, in the case of corner lots, well, you tell me if this applies. I can ask you about this later in your presentation, but it says, in the case of corner lots, side yard setback regulations shall apply to the secondary front facade. Is that your recollection of what the ordinance says?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does that alter your opinion at all about how we think about these lot lines?
No, not at all, because it says clearly that the side setback will apply to that. And it doesn't talk to a secondary front lot line. It talks specifically to a secondary front facade. The facade is part of the building front. And so therefore you would apply the side setback from the lot line to that facade. So it's basically simply describing what or giving a name to that facade.
Okay, so is it fair to say that your interpretation of that supplementary zoning regulation 345-60C6 is that the side facade has to observe the side setback in the zone?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all, Ms. Hajjanis?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Colling, you want to continue?
I would just point out that the definitions that I'm referencing are also in the planning report from Ms. Clark. The board should have a copy of that as well. So there's another reference there if you need to look at the definitions specifically.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to move on to Mr. Vandermark, and then we'll circle back to Mr. Cullen.
Hi, Anthony. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Absolutely. That's Anthony C. Vandermark Jr. Vandermark, V as in Victor, A-N-D-E-R-M-A-R-K, principal with the architectural firm of MVMK Architecture.
Thank you.
Okay, Anthony, so you have a slide presentation that we've marked as A2. Could you,
Harrington, just before we
A3.
go, we just have to qualify Mr. Vandermark. He's presented
Oh, I'm
in front of
sorry.
our board. No, it's okay. And Mr. Vandermark, so you presented here and your license is current?
Yes, it is. My license is current.
Perfect. You are qualified.
Well, thank
Now,
you very
Mr.
much. Chair.
Harrington, point of clarification, the slide presentation is A3.
okay. My mistake.
That wasn't what you said earlier, but how do we want to do it?
A2 is the single sheet of the slide presentation, which I believe is slide number 5. That was the current survey sheet by itself. A3 is the entire slide presentation that is now going to be presented.
Thank you.
If I wasn't clear, I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Vandermark, then if you could walk us through the project and refer to your slide presentation.
Yes, absolutely. I thank the board for being here at this late time in the evening. So we're here to present tonight, as previously suggested, a 5-story mixed-use structure at the corner of Palisades Avenue and South Street. As you can see here, we are proposing a 55-foot tall structure centrally located on South Street at 14 South is the historically significant facade that's going to be restored. And I will discuss that a little further in the presentation. Slide 2 of the presentation that you have before you, outlined in red, again, is our proposed project site at 5,986 square feet. The site immediately to our north and also to our west at 100% lot coverage is 560 Palisades Avenue that abuts our property. Again, as previously stated, we have 3 lots abutting directly to our east that front on Ogden Avenue. There's a pre-existing 30-foot wide curb cut on South Street, as shown here. My cursor is located. We are reducing that curb cut to 11 feet and adding 1 street parking space. The existing site, I'm sure most people know it here on the board, is known as Moe's Bait and Tackle. At the corner here is a 1-story wood frame and masonry portion of this project that is to be demolished. And again, as we work further east, we'll talk about what structures are going to be maintained and what structures are going to be demolished. Immediately to the north on Palisades Avenue, again, is the 560 Palisades Avenue 3-story previous firehouse structure, which is now residential. Okay, here in the foreground is the curb cut that will be eliminated and reduced. There's a pre-existing condition now where immediately on our eastern property line, for approximately 60 feet, is a 2-story masonry residential structure. And as you work to the west, we have the historically significant 2.5-story building that the front facade is going to be maintained, and we are removing the back portion of that building. And again, at the corner is the 1-story wooden masonry frame Moe's Bait and Tackle that is to be removed. In this photograph, it has been determined by the historic officer that the front steps and the steps accessing the existing cellar at 14 South are okay to be removed because they are not original to the structure, as well as the metal awning on the porch. The existing brick is a faux brick on this structure. It is one of those garden brick face and stucco jobs that is going to be removed. And again, we are going to restore this facade and cornice in accordance to the Secretary of the Interior standard. As previously stated by both Mr. Calling and Mr. Modesto, the pre-existing site is 100% impervious. There's no current stormwater detention. As you can see, there is no street trees being proposed in the public right of way here on South Street, again, with the stairs and porch, as previously mentioned, to be demolished. So we are adding street trees, all new sidewalks and curbing. I'll get to that in a minute. Again, proposed aerial of the conditions. It's a highly irregular site. It is a flag shape. It is at 30 feet to the left-hand side, which is Palisades Avenue, and increases to a 90 feet width and depth as you work to the north. We have basically a 50 by 50 structure that touches both the northern property line and the eastern property line, which is at 0 for 2 stories. Again, in the center, we have 2.5 story, and then we have a 1 story. So we have a considerable amount of lot coverage, and also how it pins up against the rear yard property lines on Ogden, and also the side property line on the Palisades Avenue projects. We have some pre-existing conditions on the 560 Palisades Avenue structure that we have to contend with, and they are as follows. There is a centrally located courtyard that abuts our property that has skylights. And again, you know, our structure on the side lot line as determined by Mr. Colling, we are at 0. And the building, again, is an L shape, and it works its way towards the eastern portion of that structure, which happens to be the western portion of our property line. There's a pre-existing lot line window condition on 560 Palisades that we have to honor. The ordinance states that we have to be 3'1" from these pre-existing lot line windows. However, you know, as part of the community meeting and as part of what this developer wishes to give back is that he is providing an 11'9" depth light well at his 4th and 5th floors at this condition. So again, he's providing light and air for these pre-existing illegal lot line facing windows. A couple of things to note is that on this structure at 560 Palisades is that the existing gabled and hip roof line actually projects over the property line. So as part of our proposal here, we are going to have to build around and also figure out how to divert the water off of this roof, you know, and back into the municipal system. So we have a couple of conditions here, such as the window and a projected roof line that is technically, you know, on our property right now that we must contend with and honor. General overview of the project, as Mr. Harrington had previously stated, we are proposing 10 units. We're proposing a 5-story structure at 55 feet in total height. Including this application, we have 1 retail space and the size is 1,004 square feet. We're proposing 9 parking spaces where 7 happens to be the requirement. And we're proposing 27 bicycle parking spaces with, again, as Mr. Modesto had previously stated, a sizable stormwater detention system. And what he didn't mention is that we are proposing a 2,450 square foot amount of area of extensive green roof here. So not only are we proposing a sizable stormwater detention system, we're proposing almost 41% of the site area to be extensive green roof for rainwater collection. We talked about the pre-existing conditions where the structures to be demolished with the front facade to remain. In plan of the proposed site plan, as previously mentioned, we are proposing all new curbing, all new sidewalks. We are proposing 3 new street trees in accordance with the Jersey City forestry standards, you know, spaced at 30 feet apart. We have some existing conditions on the corner that we couldn't be moving those trees in. We're proposing an 11-foot wide curb cut to the eastern portion of our property where the pre-existing curb cut remains. We are going to actually slide this curb cut down an additional 4 feet by recommendation of city planning to meet the further requirements of the ordinance. As part of this curb cut condition for pedestrian safety, we're going to provide an audible warning strobe device with a light and also an LED that's buried in the sidewalk for pedestrian safety. So passerbys, if they're looking down, the LED light in the sidewalk will trigger when the door opens, as well as a chirping sound and a building-mounted rotational strobe light. The proposed roof plan, as you can see here, we have a one-story portion, which is the garage that I'll get into. The base of the building is at 98.4% lot coverage, where the requirement is at 95% lot coverage. The building steps back 10 feet at floors 2 and 3, an additional 10 feet, totaling 20 feet of setback to the Ogden side, at the 50-foot mark. Again, at the inside of the L, to the northern side, as you can see, we have an 11-foot 9 by 15-foot setback here, which is light well for the pre-existing lot line facing windows. We're proposing 3 roof decks, and we'll get into that as we get further down into the testimony. What you have here again is the proposal. It's a proposed rendering of the amount of extensive green roof that we are providing as part of this application. As you can see here, we have a 2-tiered eastern facing facade of 10 feet and of 10 feet, totaling a 20-foot setback. And this is for light and air and also for sun angle effect. The upper roof, again, 3 private roof decks with another substantial amount of extensive green roof. So of the site area, again, 41% of the site area is being covered by extensive green roof. The proposed condensers, which will be at the main roof, will be privacy screened. They will be on noise vibration isolators. They will not be heard from the adjacent properties. Any exposed roofing system that will not be extensive green roof will be a white PVC reflective roof. This cuts down on heat island effect. So, the roof, again, reflective and also extensive green, and this kind of moves forward, in green principles that the city is looking for. The lower 2 roofs, as you can see here, that are facing Ogden are not habitable. They're not being used as roof decks. As part of the ordinance, they want extensive green roof on these setback roofs, and that's what we're providing. This project is proposing a basement and/or cellar. There is a pre-existing basement at both 10 South, which is the Moe's bait and tackle structure. And again, at the historically significant structure at 14 South, there's a pre-existing basement. So we are providing underneath the Moe's footprint utilities, some additional trash and recycling room space with elevator access. As you can see here, the stormwater detention system, again, will be underground, below the drive aisle of the parking garage. We will be honoring and protecting the existing foundations of 560 Palisades. We will not be building on top. We will be adjacent to that structure with the cantilever footing into our property, but never touching. So any of the construction or any of the excavation and foundation work is being presented here this evening will be monitored by a third-party inspector to ensure that no harm is done to the pre-existing firehouse structure at 560 Palisades. Moving to the first floor plan within the building, again, at the corner of South and Palisades Avenue is a 1,004 square foot retail space. We have a centrally located lobby on South Street. We have converted the existing historically significant facade to the main entry. I think we've treated this quite nicely when we get to the Cohen elevation. And behind that, accessed from South Street, we are proposing 9 parking spaces with an additional trash room and bicycle parking storage. We are requesting a variance for the 20-foot 1 drive aisle dimension, as you can see here, adjacent to handicap parking space number 2. This drive aisle actually opens up after that ADA parking space to 22 feet 1, and actually greater than that at spaces 5 and 6, and approximately 24 to 25 feet. Reason being is that we had to provide a second means of egress. Second means of egress is along the eastern property line, as you can see here, and directly out to the sidewalk. Floors 2 and 3 are identical. We have 3 units per floor, and the breakdown is as follows. Okay, we have 1 2-bedroom, which is centrally located here at 1,354. All the way to the left at the north, we have a 3-bedroom at 1,749 square feet. And here at the tail, or at the intersection of South and Palisades Avenue, we have a duplex, which is at 2,639 square feet. So the lower part of the duplex at the second floor is approximately 1,322. And when you go to the next floor up, it is the upper portion of what is a 4-bedroom. Again, the floor plan is identical between floors 2 and 3, and we're providing a 10-foot setback with extensive green roof to the property line over on Ogden. For light and air for unit 3C, as you can see where my cursor is located, we are providing at this level, at the second and third floors, a 5-foot setback for windows. Never the windows being proposed are going to be facing 560 Palisades Avenue to the west, and none of these setback areas that are roof areas are not being used as habitable space and/or roof deck. As we get to floors 4 and 5, we have an additional 10-foot setback to the east, again, for light and air and for better sun angle. And at these floors, we are proposing a 1-bedroom plus den at 965 square feet. We are proposing 1 2-bedroom at 1,176 square feet, which is here. And then again, the upper 2 floors are a duplex, basically book matched with floors 2 and 3. This is a slightly smaller duplex. The 4-bedroom portion is at the 4th floor. And then we have the common area portion of that duplex, which is 2,639, which includes the balcony. However, the actual floor area is 2,339 square feet. We're proposing a 10-foot setback at the 5th floor at Palisades Avenue. This runs kind of compliant with the R2D ordinance. We have an aerial perspective here of the property line at Ogden. Again, we have a 0 lot line condition because we had to accommodate the garage and the 9 parking spaces. Once we get to the second floor, we have a 10-foot setback, and then at floors 2 and 3 come up, and we have another 10-foot setback at floors 4 and 5. Again, a large amount of extensive green roof being proposed with 3 private roof decks. Just to give you the dimensions of the private roof decks, they're at 437 square feet, 231 square feet, 503 square feet. These combined equal 19.6 amount of area in roof coverage. And again, this is compliant with the ordinance. Okay, main facade along South Street. We have a ground floor commercial that wraps between South and Palisades Avenue. First floor height is 13 feet to accommodate that additional retail. It gives the lobby some additional height, and we have the additional height in the parking garage, which is all the way to the east, which is on the right-hand side of this graphic. Centrally located is the restored facade of 14 South Street. We think through exploration that there is a Hudson River red brick underneath that Garden State brick face and stucco. We are proposing to match that brick color in style on the remaining portion of the new construction. Also, as part of the new construction, we are proposing some charcoal gray ACM or aluminum composite banding, as you can see here, horizontally. The original application drawings had a 1-foot projection at some of these bay locations. The owner has agreed, and I am testifying to that all the floor area is within property boundary, and we're not cantilevering any additional floor area over the property line. We do have some decorative elements that project 4 inches to 12 inches over the property line. However, they are not habitable floor area. We're proposing, as you can see here in the background, a substantial amount of window wall. One of the comments from the community had asked for that these windows be tinted. They were afraid for birds actually crashing into the facade. So we agreed to actually tint these windows to give them a better field of vision. All the way to the right along the Ogden property line, as you can see, the building now steps once and then twice and then to the roof line. One of the things here, and I think it's important to note, is that we have provided a right side and a left side reveal of the historic facade. And you can see here it's 2.5 stories, and we had to construct the building around this. So, and we've done this previously on other projects here in Jersey City, such as 99 Montgomery, that you have a historically significant facade that's picture framed by and highlighted by a new and modern style architecture. And, you know, we have found this to be very successful. Again, setback graphic, 13 feet, 10, 10, and 10 on floors 2, 3, and 4 with a penthouse level of 12 feet, 2 10-foot setbacks. And then again, we have the light well for the pre-existing lot line windows you can see here to the northwestern corner of our structure. 10-foot setback at Palisades Avenue. Pre-existing photographs of the 14 South Street facade. The tax photograph from 1938 shows the current porch setup. However, as you can see in the later dated tax photograph, is that the actual steps on the original structure here came straight out to the sidewalk into the right of way. They do not exist now. We will not try to replicate that because it would be a hindrance into the public right of way. And again, it will now act as the new focal point and main entry for the residential portion of the structure. Two-dimensional facade, very similar to the rendering. However, I use this graphic because I wanted to take you to the next graphic, which was the original application drawings that were filed and that we originally brought to the community. One of the concerns by the community was that we had a large portion of the structure facing the property line on Ogden. One of the things we did to accommodate this request of more natural light and air was, again, the shaded area was removed at this portion of the building, and the building was tiered for greater sun angle. Taking you through the east elevation, which is at Ogden, we have the proposed modular brick masonry that wraps to a central location, and then a hardy plank cement board siding takes over, and I have a rendering of that facade. The inset facade at the northwestern portion, again, is a hardy plank concrete siding. And then, as you can see here on the west elevation, we have the Palisades Avenue front facade. Again, a three-dimensional rendering of the one-story portion at the property line on Ogden. And again, the modular brick masonry is going to wrap because this will be a visible facade for a certain distance. And then we have a white cement board siding taking over approximately mid-facade. Just in closing, we are proposing signage in accordance to the ordinance. This is a perspective, again, of the top portion setback of the 5th floor on Palisades Avenue. And again, we have some small recesses in the facade, some outdoor space for the units here on the corner. Just in closing, we have, and also followed with the drawing set, we have done a sun study on this. We have improved the conditions of the sun study with some of these proposed setbacks that we're proposing as part of this revised application. You know, every building does cast a shadow because the positioning of the site and the irregularity of the site. We are casting shadows depending on the time of day and the time of year, both to the east and to the west. However, I think we have done a pretty good job of tiering this building and positioning the setbacks on this building. So you can see here is that I can just zoom into, March at midday. We have, rising in the east and setting in the west. The shadows at first are cast directly to Palisades. June 21st at noontime, directly overhead, just a little bit to the yard, to the north. As you come back through, it works its way, shadows back to the east. And in closing, just due to the site conditions and the irregularity of the flag-shaped lot, if this applicant was to provide a fully compliant 30-foot rear yard setbacks in accordance with the ordinance, as you can see here, approximately 45% of the site would be lost at 2,700 square feet, and it would be left with this smaller irregular L shape. So again, I think picking up the comments from the community and then redesigning portions of the building, I think we've worked with a difficult, kind of a non-conforming site and bringing it into kind of the best project we could. This concludes my testimony for the presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vandermark. Commissioners, do we have any questions for him? Anyone?
Dr. Gonzalez, I think it would only be appropriate that we open up the questions to council, and then if the board has any questions of the witness, obviously, they can ask those questions. So, council, your witness for cross-examination as to his direct, if you
Thank you, counsel.
have any.
Ms. Hadianis, you're good. You're gone. You're on.
Yep, thank you. So Mr. Vandermark, did you just testified that if the rear setback were observed, that 45% of the building would be lost?
That's correct.
Okay, and it added up to 2,700 square feet?
That's correct.
Can you just walk me through floor by floor how you got to 2,700?
It's not even a floor by floor addition. If you remove 30 feet by 90 feet from the property, it is the equivalent of 2,700 square feet. Over the a total of 5 floors, you're talking about an astronomical amount of space. That is a hardship to the property itself.
Okay, can you, so I looked at how much square footage the project stands to gain by not observing the rear setback that's parallel to Ogden, and but I wanted to see if you agreed with me. So on the first floor, I get your 5-foot setback parallel to Ogden is required. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And then I guess, if you do the math, 5 by 90 is 450 square feet.
Of non-residential garage area, correct.
Okay. And then for the second story, a 30-foot setback is required, right?
Well, that's correct. And we're providing a 10-foot setback.
Okay. So you're providing 10 feet, but how much livable space are you adding by not observing that 30-foot setback on the second floor?
You're adding approximately 20 feet by 90 feet or potentially 1,800 square feet of area.
Okay, and then that's the same for the third floor.
Correct.
Okay, and then for the fourth floor, it's like this tiered design, so it's stepped back slightly more. So you would gain about, or I guess you're gaining about 900 square feet on the fourth and the fifth floor by not observing the 40-foot setback.
30-foot setback, correct.
Oh, 30-foot setback. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So altogether, by not observing the setback, the project's gaining 450 square feet of garage space and 5,400 square feet of living area.
That's correct.
Okay, and you had mentioned the foundation. What's the method of construction of the foundation going to be?
Considering this is going to be constructed on the Palisades, this will have a conventional eccentrically loaded spread footing. So we will have a CMU or cast in place foundation wall that will be transferred to an eccentrically located footing that cantilevers onto our property. However, it does not touch any of the foundation or foundation wall of the condition at 560 Palisades Avenue.
Okay, and is there anything potentially problematic about that type of foundation for the neighboring properties?
Not at all. This type of foundation system is used in the majority of urban buildings that have adjacent properties. It is a tried and true method. It's been used for quite some time.
Okay, and when you mentioned having monitoring done by a third-party inspector, why would that be necessary if this is a tried and true method of constructing a foundation?
This is conducted on every construction project to ensure that, you know, both the protection of the pre-existing structure or the adjacent neighbor is done, and then also this acts as a safety measure for the constructor or the developer here, because again, you know, you may potentially have an adjacent property owner that's dishonest, and they say, well, you know, you've done this damage, or you know, you've split my wall here. And what happens is that the third-party independent inspector photographs the existing conditions before the foundations go in, and they make sure that there's no settlement or movement to the pre-existing structure. So this basically keeps everybody, you know, both existing neighbor and new developer, you know, on an even playing field.
And are there any other safety measures that you feel would help to protect my client's property, which shares a property line and is going to be very, you know, if not connected, immediately adjacent to the proposed development?
Well, I think the construction of this building is actually going to protect the interest of your client at 560 Palisades, because, you know, the exposed, you know, southern and a portion of the eastern facades now are going to be protected by new building that is unattached, you know, to your pre-existing structure. So therefore, you know, water penetration and damage to that structure is no longer to occur. The gap in between the two structures where the two buildings would intersect, or our building would be taller, would either be covered and the water is going to be diverted probably to somewhere on our property, and therefore collected into detention system that's being proposed and then slowly released out into the system. So I think this condition is actually going to protect two sides of your pre-existing building at 560 Palisades.
How far away will the proposed development be from my client's building?
We typically leave 1 inch to 2 inches, you know, depending on the amount of wall movement that occurs on the pre-existing structures. They are surveyed, they're lasered, And then our building is set accordingly so that, they are not in conflict with this, with this pre-existing structure. Because sometimes structures have an ability to actually move over property line. And in this condition, it might occur in a wall, but it certainly occurs at the roof line, as you can see here in this photograph.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Vandermark.
Sure.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Vandermark? Anyone?
No.
Thank you.
Chairman, may I speak?
Yes.
This is James Conboy. I am part of the public and I'm not sure how you're structuring this. So if I'm out of order, tell me and I'll come back when you want me to.
You are out of order. I'm not sure how you got promoted. You must wait until we call the public, okay? Till we
Very
open
good.
it up. Yep, thank you, sir. Mr. Harrington, how are we doing?
Okay, then I'm going to move right back to Ed Colling. He's been sworn and accepted already. Where is he?
He's right there.
Okay, so Mr. Colling, if you could address the requested variances that we're seeking tonight, and I'd also like you to touch upon the permitted height and explain how that works and why we're permitted 5 stories on this project.
Okay.
And Mr. Harrington, so I don't interrupt Mr. Colling, I don't know if Mr. Colling had seen council's letter undercover today that you responded to, but
He has, and,
Okay.
and maybe for the record, Ed, maybe you give your comments on that as in your opinion as a planner.
Yes, I did. I have read the letter from opposition's counsel. I think the point I think about the lot width condition is that we have to first look at the lot width definition, and that is also within the report from the board's planner, Mallory Clark. And the lot width definition states that it's the straight and horizontal distance between side lot lines at setback points on each side lot line measured an equal distance back from the street line. So this lot is a flag-shaped lot. And if we take a point that's say 55 feet back along South Street, which is a side lot line, and the lot line adjoining lot 3, adjacent to this property, that's another side lot line, and you measure that, the dimension is 90 feet. Now, the requirement for the height is that buildings can be 5 stories or 55 feet on lots greater than 50 feet wide. So at that location on a lot, the property is 90 feet wide, which certainly is greater than 50 feet wide. Now, I believe that what was brought up in the attorney's letter is that the lot has a lot width of 29.89 feet, and that's correct at the front setback point. And that's how you measure the minimum lot width, because the second sentence in the lot width definition states that the minimum lot width shall be measured at the minimum required building setback line. So if you went to the minimum required setback line, which is 0 in the front, you would have 29.89 feet. However, again, that's the minimum requirement. And in my professional opinion, that's meant to determine, does the lot meet the minimum lot width requirement? In the R2D2, R2D, R2D zone district, I believe that minimum lot width is 25 feet. So it's more for that requirement. But in terms of the height, it's only the height requirement doesn't speak to a minimum lot width or the lot width measured as I previously described. It just talks to a lot how wide it is. So it's a broader definition. And because of that, we do meet the standard for having a 5-story building, in my opinion. And I believe that's the same as expressed in the definitions as provided to you by Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
Now, to get to the variances, the first one I'll address is the minimum rear yard setback. And I would say that the irregular shape of this lot, the fact that we have this L shape, this flag shape, does create a condition that does result in a hardship and a strict application of the rear yard setbacks. You have, because that rear yard line is rather long, 90 feet, which also provides for us to be able to meet the minimum lot width, or the lot width necessary for the 5-story building. But it also ends up resulting in a significant portion of the lot being impacted by that rear setback, more so than would have occur on a standard rectangular lot. So I think that condition does result in a hardship in the redevelopment of this property. And such that the rear lot line also has some characteristics of what would be considered to be a side lot line, because it does intersect another street frontage, as has been previously been described. Now, this is also compounded by the fact that the condo building at 560 Palisade Avenue has what appears to be illegal lot line windows on a portion of that rear of the building. So this results in another setback requirement other than the rear yard, which is the setback requirement's only about 3 feet or 3 feet 1 inches from these illegal windows. However, the developer has exceeded this requirement. He's far exceeded the requirement. He's in terms of his approach to development, and the architect has designed a building that provides a rather generous 11-foot-9 inch by 15-foot setback in the northwest corner. So this also takes out certain developable area that would otherwise be available for the construction of the building. So what's been done instead is that there's been adjustments made along the rear lot line to reflect how this property line functions as somewhat as a side property line, but also trying to address the need to provide adequate air and light. And so what's been done is, as the architect has mentioned, he's done a step back setback there. Now, this allows for the building, at least at the ground floor, to extend to the rear property line. And this is more what you'd expect in an urban environment, where you'd want a continuous street frontage. But it also allows for additional air, light to be adjacent to the adjoining properties that front onto Ogden Avenue. The ground floor only is at the property line. And it should be noted that existing today, there's a 2-story building that's on that same property line. So this is actually an improvement over that existing condition. Once you get above that ground floor, the setback becomes 10 feet. Again, it goes up 2 stories, and then it's another 10 feet. So we're 20 feet now for the 4th and 5th floor, as compared to what would be the required 30 feet. So obviously we need variances there. But it's felt that this approach really accommodates the specific conditions of this property and its unusual shape. Because what we do in this is we address not only the conditions of the properties to the rear of this property that front onto Ogden Avenue, but we're also addressing the conditions that result from that illegal window. So that I think that in this case, we can grant this variance both because of the hardship that's created by this L-shaped or flag-shaped lot and the extensive rear lot line that's there, but also under the C2 criteria where the benefits outweigh the detriments, because we're providing air and light to not only those rear properties, but also to the property at 560 Palisade Avenue where the illegal windows are. So I think that we meet the positive criteria from both perspectives, hardship and the C2. I think that that there will not be a substantial detriment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan in this regard, because we are providing adequate air and light and open space. And there's also not a substantial detriment to the general public or the public good, again, because of the way we've configured this building. I think that this project in general also advances the purposes of zoning, the municipal land use law. The project provides a permitted mixed-use development consistent with the uses permitted in the R2D2. And as such, then the approval of this project would be a municipal action to guide the appropriate use and development of this project, of this property, which is consistent with subparagraph 2A. The step backs, as I previously mentioned, provide adequate air, light, and open space, and that's consistent with subparagraph 2C. Project also conforms with the density requirements. We're not asking for any density variances, and that promotes 2E, which speaks to the promotion of the establishment of appropriate population density. The property is rather large in size. It's almost 6,000 square feet. Again, I think that goes to the height that's being proposed, but also that means that the property provides sufficient space in an appropriate location with this for this particular use, and that's consistent with subparagraph 2G. It also promotes an desirable visual environment. The building is very attractive, and it's replacing Moe's Bait Shop, which, although sort of iconic in its own right, is a little on the shabby side these days, and also a site that's really a mishmash of 3 different types of building types and construction. So I think it promotes a better aesthetic as well, which is subparagraph 2I. And then subparagraph 2J deals with historic preservation aspects, which I think the preservation of that facade certainly addresses. So I think that you can see that those are very significant beneficial aspects in terms of the promotion of zoning, in terms of the promotion of the municipal land use law, and they would significantly and substantially outweigh any minor detriment that might result. In terms of building coverage, the project is proposing a little bit over 98% building coverage, where 95% is the maximum permitted. That's a rather minor type of variance in my mind. And I think that that variance can be granted under the C2 criteria as well, because the project does advance the purposes of the R2D zone, then the purposes of zoning, and there are really no substantial detriments would result from this particular variance, especially because it's only 3% or 4%, but also because of the green roof that's being provided, that the percentage of the green roof that's there is certainly more than the 5% lack of building coverage that we're asking for the variance from, and also the stormwater detention. There is no stormwater detention on this site as it stands, and so this development actually results in significant beneficial aspects in terms of things like stormwater runoff and the type of things that the lot coverage and building coverage are meant to address. And then the final variance has to do with the parking aisle width. And the parking aisle width proposed is 20 feet, or actually 20 feet 1 inches, where the minimum required is 22 feet. Now, again, the lack of those extra 2 feet really is a result also of the hardship in terms of the preservation of that building facade and the lot shape. Because once you save that building facade, the area available to provide the off-street parking is somewhat impacted. That results in a slightly smaller drive aisle. However, in my opinion, this is not a substantial detriment because the parking is only for 9 spaces. There's not a lot of coming and going. the parking spaces are only going to be used by the residents. They're certainly going to be aware of this condition and drive with the appropriate amount of care coming in and out. And two-way traffic can certainly be accommodated in 20 feet. There are many streets in Jersey City where the travel lanes are 10 feet in each direction. So certainly in a garage situation where the people are very familiar with its operation and where travel speeds are very, very much diminished, this would not result in any detriment at all. And I think the benefit of being able to provide the 9 parking spaces, given the parking demands in the area, I think would substantially outweigh any detriment. And there's also the benefit of configuring the parking in this way of reducing the existing curb cut widths and bringing it down to the point where an additional on-street parking space will certainly be available to the general public for their use. So again, in this case, you have a situation where the benefits would substantially outweigh any detriment, and this variance can also be granted under the C2 criteria. And that would conclude my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Collin.
Thank you. I guess we have Council Hajianis. Did you want to cross-examine?
I did, thank you. So Mr. Culling, is there anything in the R2D ordinance stating that lot width should be measured at its widest, at the lot's widest point?
No, it's not. It's not specific as to where it should be measured.
Okay, and is there anything in our zoning ordinance that pertains specifically to flag lots?
Not to my recollection, no.
And you had mentioned when you were talking about the rear yard setback that's parallel to Ogden, I think you used the phrase that it functions or it functions as a side property line there. What did you mean by that?
Well, in terms more of its appearance, when you have a lot line that intersects with the street frontage, there are many situations where that lot line is in fact a side property line. Of course, in the corner lot, it's not that situation because that lot line becomes the rear lot line. But in terms of trying to create a continuous streetscape, you would, from an urban design perspective, try to minimize the gaps along any street frontage. And so in this way, and that's why a lot of side lot lines in Jersey City, the side yard requirements are 0. So in a lot of the ways you try to minimize that to create this continuous streetscape. And that's what the architect, I think, was attempting to do. So that's what I meant by it functions somewhat as a side lot line in this particular instance, because it does intersect perpendicular with the street frontage along South Street.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you had mentioned that variance should be granted on the basis of hardship. And would you describe to me what the hardship is?
Well, in a typical lot, an interior lot, for instance, so if it's rectangular, the 30-foot setback would result in a 30% loss of developable area per se. But as you heard the architect mention, because the rear lot line is 90 feet wide, which is 3 times the width of the front, you have a greater percentage of loss area that would not occur in a standard lot. So this lot shape ends up resulting in a greater loss in developable area than you would typically expect. And then that's also added to that is the impact of the rear windows in 560 Palisade, which requires an additional setback. And then what the developer has done and the architect has designed is to actually exceed that other requirement, that other required setback. And he's done that as a way of trying to accommodate more air and light to that window and to that property facing 560. So when you put those things together, you've now have a greater impact on the development potential of that property than would otherwise have occurred if it was a typical conventional rectangular lot.
Okay, I understand. And when you're saying that they're along South Street, you want to, a desirable goal is to maintain a continuous street frontage. Would there be any circumstance under which the property line opposite South Street would be considered a rear lot line?
Well, if the lot, for instance, if this lot were subdivided such that, say, a 25 by 90 portion of it, 25 foot wide by 90 foot deep portion of it was a separate lot, then in that instance, the sideline the lot line that adjoins the property Strace and Ogden would in fact be a side lot line. And the property line opposite South Street would then be a rear lot line.
Okay, and then in that case, there would be the 30-foot setback at the interior of that lot.
That's correct.
Okay, and you had mentioned that the tiered shape of the building provides more air and light. More air and light than what?
Well, then if it went straight up, it does provide a little bit more air and light than the existing situation, because there's a two-story building there. So this building steps back right at the top for 10 feet, right at the top of the first story, rather than if there being a two-story wall. So that's a little bit of an improvement from that regard. And then also in terms of if there were a variance being requested for, say, that 10-foot setback to go straight up 5 stories, that could end up with being somewhat of a negative impact on light because of the sky exposure angle. But by stepping it back once and then twice, that sky exposure angle is an improvement over what an alternate design could be.
Right,
It certainly is an improvement over what could be built if that were a separate lot. For instance, if that were a side lot line, as we were describing previously, and that property was permitted to go up in that case because the lot would be narrower, that would only go 4 stories. But that building could be built right on that property line for the entire 45 feet.
What is that something that was under consideration?
No, I'm just referring to the the concept of is it possible that lot line would be a side lot line, or that the lot line adjoining lot 3 would be a rear lot line? Under that assumption, you would end up with that 0 lot line setback on that side there.
Okay, and just to clarify, the tiered step backs along the rear property line, they would not provide more air and light than if the 30-foot setback were observed.
That's correct, and I think that's why we're saying that the 30-foot setback is a hardship, because of how excessive it is when you take that into account with the lot width of that portion of the lot.